Okay. I tell you, boy, it's kind of hard to blow the trumpet when your behind is itching. Oh, all right. All right. All right. All right. I'm glad to be here. Thank you, creator, for this, my channel. A lot of people have to work for a living. You've got it so where I can really dedicate a lot of time to having this channel, put a lot of energy into it. So I ask that you glorify yourself and that you use my channel to use it so that I may say something to somebody and it may encourage them. It may help them to sow to the spirit. Try to balance the spirit and the physical and the spiritual while we are in this reality creator. I just want to try to redeem the time. And the only way I know to do that is to share the light of your word. I like to share the light of your word. I like to testify of the way you work in my reality. I have this channel, EOE, Jovi, so that brethren can come and they can see that somebody, that there's another brother who believes like they do. And we're outnumbered in the present reality. And I just want to be a part of the brethren who are all over the world they are just trying to do what they can in preparation for the new earth. I just want to be a part of the other brethren who are spread out all over the world who know that you are going to bring the kingdom and that the present kingdom is going to be dissolved and moved out of the way. Even so, right now we know we're in a time of an overlap where the old is passing away and the new is on the horizon with the advances in technology, eliminating the current system of destruction and degradation for resources of the earth. Creator, I just pray that you will empower the faithists so that we can be ready whenever that time comes. So, Creator, I also pray for the soul confirmations that we do in this channel, that you will infuse them onto our mind, body, and spirit. Creator, just pray for an anointing on this channel, for your glory to rest upon it, to magnify it to your glory, to use it. And Creator, I pray for my brethren who come in, pray for their unspoken prayer requests, that you will grant them, and then they would even think to testify and give glory to your name in that regard as well. And I pray for the reading of the word that I will do it clearly, do it without prejudice, and only for the glory of your majesty. I pray, Creator, in your name. So let it be. All right, brethren, my name is Yaquab Ben Yisrael. Thank you for joining me. Mahalia and Elizabeth, of course. Thank you for joining me. My video where I love to try to be a light while I'm in this reality and to share my reality and what the creator is doing in my reality in hopes that you might be able to identify. And I really want to encourage brethren who come onto the channel. If you believe that you have something that you would like to share, I would like to welcome you. I would like to encourage you to come and just share whatever you feel that the Creator has given you. Maybe something happened to you and you're happy about it and you want to share it with other brethren. I certainly welcome you if you want to bless or not bless. Sister told me, said, don't say bless, because it means be less. Bliss, BLISS, others, with something that Creator that he worked the way the way the Creator has worked in your life recently to maybe to an answered prayer or some other event that you were asking for or you were praying about and it came to pass. So again, welcome to my channel. This is a channel where I love to try to talk about the kingdom. I'd love to try to talk about what the things the Creator talks about in the OAHSPE practical guidebook about the afterlife. It talks about the history of things. It talks about the present reality of things. The Creator has waited till this time to give us a word so that he would separate himself. He would separate the faithless from the rest of the world. And for some reason, I'm minded to read about Jehovah's kingdom. I think it's a good idea so that we can just keep in mind the kingdom that we are looking forward to. The bottom line, the big picture of everything with everybody, really. Ultimately, I mean, the big picture of everything is that we're here in this reality. And there are people who want to know about the things that we can't see, about things that, what's a good word for? It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it right now. I can't think of it. The common denominator for all of us is that we have a spirit in us, and we want to know as we grow about things that are not easily explained. And some people, they have that desire in them more than others. Basically, that's what this channel, ooh, the smoke is right in my face, man. And so basically, that's what my channel is all about, pretty much, primarily. I'm just a brother. And I believe that I have a time to be on the earth. I'd like to know why that is. I'd like to know where I came from. I'd like to know where I'm going. I would like to know who created all this around me. I'm like a lot of what are people who are called faithists. We have questions, and I happen to think that because of our persistence, we want to know these things, and these are questions that are not easily answered, but we keep on persisting in our spirit, want to know, and in that way we reach out to the Creator, and at some point he just tells you, he lets you know. I think that's what the situation is right now. People like me, they want to know the Creator. He's given us the OAHSPE practical guidebook. For the longest time, we were under the Bible. Even when the OAHSPE practical guidebook was here, a lot of us didn't know about it until just recently. I know I'm one of them. I was under the Bible, and really was under the Bible because everybody else was. So growing up, that's all that I knew about. But I don't know, I can't speak for everybody, but I noticed that when I used to read the Bible, when I was in Christianity, when I was in religion, I always had that God-sized hole in my heart where there was questions that just could not, it was out of the ability of religion to answer. And so that was part of what keeps you going. You just keep hoping that one day, you're going to get the answers that you're looking for. You're part of a church, you're part of a group, and you don't know for sure fully or as much as you'd like to, and you just keep going. And that's the way it worked for me until I came to a point where I came into contact with the OAHSPE, and it was like night and day because it was able to answer the questions that it just had an anointing on it. I started reading it, and it had I was getting questions answered that I wasn't even asking. It was phrased in a way that appealed to my spirit. Yes, I said that right. It was phrased. The way it was worded, it had an anointing, a resonating. It resonated with me. And I think that the creator, he made us that way so that, I think that faithists or brethren they've been wired a certain way. They've just been wired a certain way. And then when it comes time for them to be plugged in, they get plugged in to the creator. I think that he's making it obvious what his plan has been from all the way to 24,000 past years of the written record of the OAHSPE until now, what his plan is, and also going into the future. Up till now, it seems like his plan has been, bring man on the earth, civilizing, teaching, letting, guide him to get him to grow in his spirit, learn to be and to live with one another, and eventually to raise him up to the point where he can be a god or a goddess, and then he can minister to one of the innumerable worlds of the creator. I mean, very simply put, the big picture. And so the creator, this is a channel, man, where, I try to make it simple, right, Elijah? I try to make it simple, man. It's simple to me. I've always really sought the simple meaning of things, and then you can just work your way, into the details from there. And the creator, he makes it simple. It doesn't have, this thing don't have to be complicated. We got the OAHSPE, and basically it's like guardrails set up. Like, don't go outside of these guardrails. Here, be this way, think this way, and deal with your brethren this way, and that's how we wind up in the highest kingdom. That's how it goes well for us when we were born into the spirit eventually. It's not complicated at all, and not complicated at all. Creator, he give you some warnings. He say stay away from deity worship, worshiping anything that was born of a woman, and tells us why, gives us the explains it pretty simple why that's something to be avoided. And that's one thing you got to love about this whole thing. Now, if you want, you can make it difficult, and that's a real danger. I think some brethren, man, you just start overthinking, and and you just tie yourself up in all kind of knots, and it ain't necessary for all that. If you can just learn to change your mind, man, and deal with your brethren as you want to be dealt with, it don't really. When I study OAHSPE, when I look at it, knowledge is important, but I think the way you deal the condition of your spirit towards the creation, with your people, with your children of the creator, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. I think that the creator, the big picture, the plan is what it's always been. Love you one another, be your brother's keeper. Simple as that, stay away from deity worship, and the simplicity of it may be what eventually turns some people off. I want it to be where, where's the algebra? Where's the trigonometry? Where's the calculus? and it's hard to deal with for its simplicity. And then really, you don't, I remember reading in the Bible, it says something like, you need not that any man teach you. It's like the creator, he's wired people to automatically make the kingdom, automatically make it. If you can listen to that, um, what's a good word for inspiration inside of you, you know, telling you to do what is right. You're faced with a situation, do what is right. And it's almost like an autopilot that each of us got. But I guess, we grow, the society that we're in, we get corrupted. And we read in Radiance anthology where it said we were born into a poisonous atmosphere. And so we got these psychological maladies on us, and the tetracts are doing battle against us, and the evil vibrations. And then that's where we get off track. I don't know. I think the creator, he done now sent this theeloists, and it's basically just telling you to, here, this is the straight road, walk on this, take care to use the time wisely, treat each other right, and stay away from worshiping deities. And I it's this is the most simple thing you ever heard of when you're talking about making the kingdom of God, which is what we all want. We want to make the kingdom, man. As simple as that. End of the day, what do you think that people who have passed on from thousands of years ago, I'm sure they would, well, they telling us already, follow the creator, keep his commandments, spread share walk in the light. I'm sure they would tell us. Those who have gone on before us, they were on their way to being gods and goddesses. They have to go to school. They got to learn. Our learning, it don't quit when we leave the earth. It just goes on to another level. We keep going, expanding and going, learning and, going to school thousands of years on our journey to ascend forever, forever. That's what it's all about. Not simple at all, not hard at all. That's the whole story right there. That's the whole story right there. Now, shoot, what did I want to do? I'm going to get to the reading early because I'm doing a little series. I'm doing a little series from the website called my.OAHSPE. Let me put it in the room so y'all can. This one I'm going to be reading from. Let me find it first. Let me see if I can find it. So y'all can go here in case you can't hang out, if you're just checking in. Let me at least put the link in the room, and then you can go and on your own time. And you got to love the work that whoever this brother or sister, they don't give themselves credit. You don't know. They don't put their name on here. That's one thing to let you know that these that these brother, that whoever did this is under an anointing. They're not trying to, they're not trying to get themselves any credit or anything. They doing it. They put up this website thoroughly for the blessing of their brethren. So there's a link right there. I'm going to be reading from this link. You can check out the whole website on your own, and you got to love it, man. The way they codify, they summarize everything. They make it real. They compartmentalize all the information. And then when you get that, you can see when you get that little bit of foundation laid, you can learn the time period, the first 48,000. See, the earth was like billions of years old. And then, let me see, how would I explain it? Just having read it, just having looked at this website from, having briefly looked at it. Even just having briefly looked at it, I've learned a lot. Like, the earth is like, what, billions of years, 14 something billion years old, and then what happened? The first 48,000 years when man, came on the earth, and let me see, am I saying this right? Because somebody will criticize me. how does the sequence go? It goes like the Earth is like 14 something billion years old, and then let me see. The OAHSPE breaks it down into like the first. It was like the Earth is like 14 some billion years old, and then it brings us to the first 48,000 years of the Earth's let me say history, I guess you would say, where you had the continent of Pan and the sinking of Pan. You had that civilization, and then you have the 24,000 years after that 48,000 year period, which is where we are right now, called the age of Cephas, where you have religion and the establishment and of laws and uh, religion, and that brings us up until this day. And so I haven't looked at it. I remember I know that I think that we have like another 70 or something thousand years before. I think that's the time that men have left on the earth, and then the earth goes into a declining and a dissolving, and then from what I understand, the process picks up again because the earth is very cyclical, and this is not the only planet where this type of thing is going on. This is like how the creator operates. He creates worlds, he dissolves them, brings in new ones, and puts men on them planets, and same program to grow them up to inherit his Ethereal kingdom. Matter of fact, it just says it's in the study that I'm going to do tonight, and the part of the study that I'm going to do tonight, the creation and true reversion of Adam and Eve. I'm going to go into these things. Real easy to compartmentalize, man. And once you get that timeline down, if you can get that timeline down, then the OAHSPE, it just kind of, what's a good word for it, is easier to put together, man, because you read the books and it talks about the different gods, and one of the things that this study that we're going to be doing, one of the things is going to help you with is to see the purpose of what different gods did, like Apollo and Thor and Osiris, and the purpose of their rulership on the earth at the time that they were ruling. And then it just helps you to be able to look at man, how we've had this struggle, man, where, we didn't know what to believe. And then we were told about, the spiritual, and then we believed in that, and then we were told about the earthly, and then we believed in that. But we would believe one thing to the exclusion of the other, and we never learned to put things together. We never learned to put the spirit, and the physical, put it together. And so we had this like imbalance always going on. I talked a little bit about that yesterday on the first part of the study that we're doing here. You just gotta love this study, man. I can't wait to get into it. I hope I'm not confusing anybody. Just keep in mind that the breakdown is really easy, man. Where they, he shows you the major themes that the OAHSPE deals with, and then you could take it from there. You have a little foundation, and you pick up this book now, and you learn what time period and what the objective was of the God of the arc cycle at that time. Were the people too spiritual and they needed to be brought back to the corporeal, meaning the physical, the knowledge of the physical, or were they too physical and they needed to be brought back to the knowledge of the spiritual in an effort to try to get both of them balanced? And so let me introduce, if somebody is new to this room, let me let me introduce you. Let me see. We have some rooms on Facebook that I want to, if you're new to this channel here and you trying to find out what it's all about, let me introduce you, if it'll let me. Will you let me? Will you let me change screens? Okay. You're going to fight me, right? Okay. Bear with me, brethren. I'm trying to bring up the different rooms here. Okay, so if you're new to my channel here, if you're new and you want to know a little bit more of what it's all about, first of all, you can go to my brethren in the description area. I got my brethren listed there. They do the same things I do pretty much. You can copy and paste their link into the browser, and it should bring up like their channel, or you can do this. Go here on Facebook, and there are some rooms on Facebook. This is one that you're looking at, my room, where I have a food ministry, and there's some contact information. And my brother OAMIEN, he's got a room on Facebook. His room is this right here. You can send him a friend invite, join, have fellowship with us. We post things and try to have discussion around the OAHSPE. So here's his other room right here. If you're new to this channel, just go there and then just send him friend requests or something to that effect. Okay. Let me show you a couple of verses real quick, give you an example of the things that we like to share, in these different rooms that I'm showing you. Most of the verses are from the OAHSPE. We getting ready to do the soul confirmation. So let me just go through a couple of verses real quick and before we get to the soul confirmation. Now, here's one. It says, I spoke in the firmament, and my voice reached to the uttermost places, and there came an answer to the sounds of my voice, myriads of angels from the roadway in heaven where the earth travels. I said to them, behold, I've created a new world. Come and enjoy it. Yes, you shall learn from it how it was with other worlds in the ages past. So the Creator inviting the angels, telling them, I got a new world. Come check it out. And then in doing so, we learn how it was with other worlds in ages past. So you read this, you get the idea that the things that go on here, they go on in other worlds too, or have went on in other worlds too. Here's another verse. It says, out of Simu I made man, and man was like a tree, but dwelling in darkness, and I called him Asu. Now, I posted this because I remember something Daryl was talking about, how we were created out of Simu, and that's how the angels took on bodies, because the OAHSPE talks about Simu on the land, and the angels, they use that to take on corporal bodies and then eventually have relations with the Asu, which is the original man. And out of that union came the what's called Ihwans, if I'm not mistaken, the progeny that came out of the union with the angels and the first man. And it mentions Simu here. Simu, something that was on the earth. It says, and man said, I am ashamed in your sight, O Jehovah. I looked upward and said, the sky is vacant. Then I said, it is true, the corporal worlds are made of condensed nebulae. But I did not see the wisdom and glory of your works. I locked you up in coincidences and happenings. Your unseen world has become seen, and the unreal has become the real. Now, I had posted this for a reason. I posted it for a reason, and I cannot. It escapes me. I had a point I wanted to make about this, and I'm forgetting what that is. You got freely forgive me. I forget. I'm trying to think of it even as I'm speaking. I can't remember. Another verse I posted, it says, as the corporal man perceives corporal things, so does the spiritual man follow upward the evaporated corporal entities of things. And I thought this was interesting because it's talking about you don't want to say a natural law, a divine law, but when you read the OAHSPE, it talks about all things are, they go back to their place. When they dissolve, they go back to their place. Like, I'm trying to give an example. Like anything, like dust, matter, steel, the elements, they go back into atmosphere. If that's the they go back to their pre-vortex state. I think I could say that. I'm going to get myself in trouble if I ain't careful here. Somebody's going to kick my butt. But I like the part in this verse here where it says the spiritual man, he follows the upward evaporated corporeal entities of things. In other words, it's like the way that the spiritual man is made up, he just naturally going to gravitate back to spiritual things. He's going to naturally evolve into his spiritual, what's a good word for leanings? He's going to naturally evolve into, he's going to naturally, the word here is evaporate, as in he's going to ascend the spiritual man. I'm looking for a better word to where the spirit within man. Oh, I can't think of one. In other words, the spirit, it's just like the Bible says, when we're born in the spirit, it goes back to God, and the spirit goes up and the soul remains, it goes back into the dust. Is basically, this is goes along with what this verse right here is saying. That's a hell of a mystery too, I want to say more about it, but I'll probably end up getting my butt kicked by somebody if I keep going. And okay, about time for the soul confirmation. Let me read this one. It says, I made the corporal man belonging to the seen, but the spiritual man I made is one within the unseen and everlasting. Meaning like the corporal man tied to the earth. And the thing that resonates him is what he can see, what is tangible. But the spiritual man he made as one within the unseen and everlasting. Like we have a part, we have that within us, right, Asnath? We have that part within us, which is spiritual. It's everlasting. The difference between the spiritual and the physical. For each and every corporal world, I created a vortex first. And by its rotation and from the places in the firmament where it traveled, I caused the vortex to conceive corporal worlds. It's time for the soul confirmations, man. I'm late. I'm late. I let it slip by me. All right. Well, if anybody is new again to the channel and you want to know or you don't understand what we're getting ready to do with what's called the soul confirmations, read this part of the stop the video and just read what I got here. Left-hand side of the screen, read it slowly, read it meditatively, and then it'll give you a good idea about why we're getting ready to do what we are doing. Basically, what we're doing is a couple of things. We are creating a force within ourselves, within the world. We are confirming the things that the Creator says about ourselves. It's like we're agreeing. We are learning about that part of us and what it can do and what it does. Right, Nazarene? We are making ourselves according to the word of the Creator in the OAHSPE. So if anyone is new, and you want to know what it is that we're doing, then again, just read the left-hand side of the screen, what I got on the screen right now, and that'll bring you up to speed as to why we are doing what we are doing. All right, brethren, we're doing one soul confirmation a week now so we can get it good and down into our spirit. We just doing one a week. So next week is going to be another one. But for this week, we are doing this one. I am a soul organized of the potencies of the living eternal I am. That's the one we're doing 3 times together on 3. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. I am a soul organized of the potencies of the living eternal I am. 1, 2, 3. Again, I am a soul organized of the potencies of the living eternal I am. Again, 1, 2, 3. I am a soul organized of the potencies of the living eternal I am. All right, so that's soul confirmations for the beginning of the video on February 18th, 2025. We're going to do it again at the end of the video. And so, brethren, let me go ahead. This is going to be a little lengthy, this read, but I may be able to get through it early. I don't know. So let's go ahead. Let's do I should get started on this because it could take me all the way to the end of the video. It might not, but then I can't take that chance. So I'm going to start early so I don't end up having to try to rush through it. I want to make sure I get through it without having to try to rush through it. Okay, now, the name of the video again is The Creation and Truer Version of Adam and Eve. And I probably won't add too much to you, brethren, who've been in the faith for a while. But it's always good to go over this stuff again. You know, the OAHSPE it's amazing like that. You can just that's one thing to let you. I mean, it's like that's one thing to let you know the Creator. It's got an anointing on it. You can read things that you've read, man. I think even if you read the same verse day after day, it wouldn't stop losing its interest. It wouldn't stop losing its excitement. That's the way the word is. You could have read something 1,000,000 times, man, and it's like reading it the first time. That's the way the OAHSPE is. Even Radiance anthology. Now, I don't know, maybe other people, they would say that about the Bible and whatever books that their religion is under too. So maybe, you can, it's potency. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and read it. Now, again, this is from the website called my.OAHSPE.com. And I found, well, I was going to say I found it by mistake, but I love this, man. It's just so, it breaks it down and it compartmentalizes the important themes and aspects of the OAHSPE in a way in which you can break the OAHSPE in pieces, you know, and digest it. I'll give an example. Now we're getting ready to do this right here. Creation and truer version of Adam and Eve. So let's get started. May the Creator bless the reading of his word. Oh, man, that verse back in that verse that I showed earlier in my room on Facebook, that's still in my mind. The one where it talks about the soul ascending back. It's stuck in my mind now. I can't even find it now. Where is it? I think this is it right here. No, that's not it. This right here, it says, I made the corporal man belonging to the seen, but the spiritual man I made is one within the unseen. That's vexing me. I want to hash that out some more. I want to hash that out some more because I got something I want to say about that. I can't do it right now. I better not try to do it right now. All right, let's go ahead and do the reading. The name of the video is called The Creation and Truer Version of, oh, that's the wrong video. Or it's the wrong study. Okay, here we go. Creation and Truer Version of Adam and Eve. Okay, Jehovah the Creator. It says, before the 72,000 year historical account begins in OAHSPE, there's a chapter called the Book of Jehovah. So that's 72,000 years. It covers from the time of Pan all the way up until now, where we are in the Cosmic era. Well, it's actually a little past it's a little past 72,000 years, but this time period, it covers from back then to 72,000 years from the time of Pan until where we are today, a little past where we are today in the Cosmic era. It says, before the 72,000 year historical account begins in OAHSPE, there's a chapter called the Book of Jehovah, which covers how the Creator, Jehovah, creates new worlds and how life begins on the planet. So now when we pick up the Book of Jehovah, we know that it's talking about the pre 72,000 year historical account. See, when we pick up the book of, when you read the Book of Jehovah now, you know it's going to be like the Creator is telling you, look, this is how I did it. This is how I created all the you know, the different planets and man and plants and everything. So that's one good thing we can keep in mind. It says this particular chapter is written from the point of view of Jehovah. Jehovah, the Creator, as if he wrote it himself. But it's made very clear that Jehovah is not a person, not even a God. He is all that was and all that is and all that ever shall be. The Creator is referred to as he and him for convenience simplification. But it is made very clear that the Creator is both male and female because there is nothing in the universe that is not part of him. Two more of the many ways that OAHSPE refers to the Creator is the highest cause beyond all research and the quickener. the mover, the creator, the destroyer. I am first and last. For the specific name Jehovah, mankind named the creator after the sounds the wind makes, Eoe, which was pronounced Jehovah, because the wind is also ever present yet unseen. The creation of the new world. Everything in the universe belongs to two entities, the seen or the unseen. And Jehovah is the unity of the whole. The seen is called corpor, and everything that has length, breadth, and thickness can be seen, heard, or felt. The Book of Jehovah describes the creation of a new world at a high level. All the ingredients that make worlds are stored in space. How do you like that? It says the substance of the iron is in one place. Look at that. So all these things are in their rarefied form, and then they're brought together by means of the vortex. It says the substance of the stones in another. So you get a picture like you looking up into the sky, and then you just partition off sections of the sky. And in one place you see iron, the other place stones, the other place, vegetables, gold, silver, I mean, just trying to paint a picture. That's the picture it's giving us right here. You got all these things in their place in space, in etheria. All these things are in their place. It's like they're all stored in their place. It says the substance of the vegetable kingdom in another, and even so of the substance of the animal kingdom. When a corporal world is created, the different substances within space and etheria are carried forth, not by random, but purposely in the regions suited to it. A vortex, a whirlwind, propels the substances together, condensing them and causing friction and heat, eventually becoming like a molten globe of fire. It says the density is greatest. The density is greatest at the center. And eventually creates light, the globe of fire, and becomes a comet that travels along the currents of the surrounding vortex. Eventually, the comet becomes dense enough to attain an orbit of its own, and then it's called a planet. Then it taketh its place as a newborn world and set it in the orbit prepared for it. So it's like it's up there spinning around, and then it gathers enough elements and becomes a world of its own and set on its own course. It's how the creator says he creates worlds. He says, for earth commingled atmospheric and corporeal substances called Simu rain down to the surface layer on top of layer. Simu. All right, OAMIEN. Now we got OAMIEN. He says during a geological time that allowed them he says during a geological time that allowed them to inhabit physical bodies and walk alongside early man. Angels can still do this, so not based on geological time. But don't there have to be enough Simu In order for them to do that, there has to be simu on the earth for the angels to be able to walk alongside men. Or am I mistaken? Simu. No? Let me see. OAMIEN says, during a geological time that allowed them to inhabit physical bodies and walk alongside early man. Angels can still do this, not based on geological time. Okay. I mean, I believe you. I'm just trying to figure how that can happen, because what we're reading here, I know that simu is what was used to create man. I know you're straightening me out, so let me make sure I've gotten that off the screen. Make sure I take that off the screen. Creation of vegetable and animal kingdoms. When simu falls to the earth, earth is ripe for bringing forth of living creatures. It says, the figure below illustrates how earth travels through the 4 seasons every 576,000 years. And each season is 144,000 years in duration. When simu falls to the earth, it is considered the age of simu, which is also the spring season. When simu falls to the earth, it is considered the age of simu. Okay. Which is also the spring season. When things begin to grow is when simu falls to the earth, if I'm not mistaken. Earth completed its most recent spring season, 72,000 years ago at the time of Pan, time of the continent of Pan. But dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago. And there are many plants and animals still on Earth today that existed since the dinosaur age. So those life forms continued to exist through the many cataclysms and ice ages that come with the passing of the seasons. The most important point about how the Earth goes through a 144,000 year spring season, which is the age of simu, once every 576,000 years. Is that when OAHSPE describes the creation of the vegetable, plant, and animal kingdoms? It is not referring to the most recent age of simu. Some new plants and animals may have come into existence in the most recent spring, but most came about long before then. Okay, so it gives us a picture of the dinosaurs, and they became extinct, but there were, let's see, if I'm not mistaken, it says there are many plants and animals still on Earth today that existed since the dinosaur age. So those life forms continue to exist through the many cataclysms and ice ages that come with the passing of the seasons. It says the most important point about how the Earth goes through the 144,000 year spring season, which is the age of simu, once every 576,000 years. Is that when OAHSPE describes the creation of the vegetable, plant, and animal kingdoms, it's not referring to the most recent age of Simu. Oh, okay. Interesting. Some new plants and animals may have come into existence in the most recent spring, but most came about long before then. It says, OAHSPE states that by Jehovah's presence, he quickens the Simu substance into life according to the locality and the surroundings. Or actually, I looked at this yesterday. I think I looked at this yesterday. We looked at this map yesterday because it talked about the commencement of Ethereum administration, and then the first subgalactic orbit, and then the second one, and then the third one, which is broken down into sums, periods of time. And how each of these numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 represents a Simuan age, a Hotu age, and an Adu age, and a Uz age. So each of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ages in which the seasons of I think that's the right word, in which seasons of the Earth's travel took place, if I'm saying that correctly. Or no, it's each of these are sums 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And within each sum consists of 4 ages. There are 8 sums in each subgalactic orbit. Okay, I'm gonna get off of that because I'm gonna confuse everybody here if I haven't already. I'm still looking at this chart though. Hey, Amaris. It says the most recent age of Simu, when new life is created, was 72,000 years ago. Okay, so that was around the time of the continent of Pan, right? The Simuan age, spring. And then the 24,000 years after that, the time of Cephas, which brings us up to Cosmin, which is where we are right now. Cosmin goes on for 72,000 years, if I'm not mistaken. I'm reading that correctly. Okay. I think I'm reading that correctly. Spring, time of Pan, Simuan age, spring. The most recent age of Simu, when new life is created, was okay. During the time of Hak, that's darkness. The earth is created. The Simu is falling. And then comes the time of Pan. Cephas, and then comes the time of Cosmin, which is where we are right now. And then after Cosmin comes Autumn, which is the ending of the propagation of the earth. People not having children anymore. And then Uz, which is the dissolving, which is winter. 144,000 years. Okay. So it says when a new species is created, each created anew. No one animal created out of another. In other words, animals do not change and become other animals. And because Jehovah is both male and female and has the power to quicken into life, he makes all of the living in the same way. New species of animals are created according to their respective places, and the colors that are adapted to their dwellings, and not just in pairs, but in hundreds of pairs, in thousands, and in millions. The eyes were the very first organs of sense created in any animal. Once there is enough light on Earth, Simu focalizes toward the light, and the focus becomes eyes. Wow, that is a trip if you think about it. Let's chew on this just a little bit. Now, it says the eyes are and were the very first organs of sense created in any animal. How do you like that? It says once there's enough light on Earth, Simu focalizes towards the light and the focus becomes eyes. Simu. It's like, and then here's light, and then Simu, this whatever glob of glob, it focuses towards the light, and the focus becomes eyes. It says eyes are the beginning of self-creation because self-creation. It says eyes are the beginning of self-creation because they enable an animal to acquire knowledge. Okay, that makes sense, but it's still mysterious. Eyes are the beginning of self-creation. So Simu is self-creation. It has to do something with self-creation. Simu. Okay, let's keep reading. The creation of man. It says, for the creation of man, the race of animals that existed on earth at the very end of the age of Simu were called the Asu, Adam. Okay, so at the end of Simu, which was an age of the earth, in the spring, it says, for the creation of man, the race of humans that existed on earth at the very end of the age of Simu were called the Asu, Adam. The race of humans that existed on earth at the very end of the age of Simu were called Adam. Okay. Out of Adam, I made man. Oh, okay. I think I get what you're saying now, OAMIEN. I think I get what you're saying. Let me read your post again. You said during a geological time that allowed them to inhabit physical bodies and walk alongside early man. Angels can still do this, so it's not based on geological time. And I think you're talking about angels inhabiting physical bodies. What you were talking about during a geological time that allow, I'm reading your post again. During a geological time that allowed them to inhabit physical bodies. My only question, Omi, and if you're still in the room, is you're saying they did that without Simu? And then you say angels can still do this, so not based on geological time. If you still in the room, straighten me out there, bro. I don't know if I understand correctly what you posted there. Let me keep reading. It says, out of Simu I made man, and man was but a tree, but dwelling in darkness. And I called him Adam. So this was a time here. Angels hadn't yet mingled with man. Okay, I'm reading this from part 2 on that website. So at this point right here, it says, out of Simu I made man. Now this was previous to the angels commingling with man. And man was but a tree, but dwelling in Hak, which is darkness. I called him Asu, Adam. Now this is previous to the angels coming in and mingling with him. This is previous. And then it says, although the Asu, the Adamic people, are the first race of man on earth in OAHSPE, it does not mean that Asuans were the first upright, walking, intelligent beings on earth, as the Adam and Eve story of the Old Testament Bible would have us believe. Another channeled work, which is, oh, I did read this yesterday, didn't I? No, that's all right. You know, it don't hurt to go over it again. I did read this yesterday. Okay, that's all right. Let's keep going. It says the law of one states that there have been visitors to Earth at various times over the last 4 million years. Now, I think it'll get into the law of one, so I don't have to try to explain it. It says the law of one states that there have been visitors to Earth at various times over the last 4 million years. But those visitors did not affect the cycling in the planetary sphere. In other words, now this is interesting right here. There have been visitors to Earth at various times over the last 4 million years, okay? But they didn't affect the cycling of the planetary sphere, the ages of the Earth, okay? I think that's what it's saying, that these visitors that came, they didn't I don't know how to phrase that they didn't affect I would say the progression of the Earth in its planetary sphere is what I'll say. These visitors, these angels, these visitors. In other words, those earlier intelligent beings were not involved with the most recent 215,000 year age season that OAHSPE covers. Okay, so it doesn't say who these earlier beings are that visited the Earth. Although OAHSPE states above that man was but a tree, it also differentiates a man from a tree. To the tree I gave life, to man I gave life and spirit also. And the spirit I made was separate from the corporal life. This is the first mention of a spirit of a man, and the next quote is the first mention of a spirit being everlasting. The corporal man made I belonging to the seen, and the spiritual man made I as one with the unseen and everlasting. See, that's what I posted in my room that I was chewing on. It said, this mention of mankind having an everlasting spirit that is one with the unseen is just like the beginning of how OAHSPE describes the fundamental differences between mankind and other life forms on earth. Chief over all that live on the earth, I made man. Mankind was given the ability to comprehend the Creator and the ability to speak words to share knowledge with others. In regard to comprehending the Creator, OAHSPE states that animals receive direct inspiration from the Creator, and mankind receives both direct and indirect inspiration. Animals are said to have instincts, but OAHSPE says that direct inspiration from the Creator, this direct inspiration tells animals what to eat, where to live, like a bird's nest or spider's web, and how to procreate. Let me see. H says, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods. And okay, I can't comment on that because I don't know what you're driving at. And let's see, OAMIEN's got some scriptures here. I can't comment on these because y'all got to come on and I don't know what direction you're coming from with what y'all posting. Let me see. Asen says, interesting. The Lord forbid Israel to follow the one, law one. Okay, so it says, regarding mankind's ability to additionally receive indirect inspiration, mankind is capacitated to receive inspiration from all things, from all of Jehovah's creations. This means that mankind receives inspiration from his surroundings, more specifically, the conflict of his surroundings, which is how I think he meant to say they, which is how mankind manifests both good and evil, unlike other animals that are focused solely on survival. After the creation of man, the Creator Jehovah said unto him, thou shalt know thou art the work of my hand. I have given thee capacity for knowledge, power, and dominion. It says, mankind has the most potential of all other animals on earth, yet is born the dumbest. The Creator commanded the living to bring forth by cohabitation every species after its own kind, and man was more dumb and helpless than any other creature. Regarding man having the most potential, man was designed by the Creator to work his way up to the Godhead, understanding all below him. What it means to become a Godhead will be covered later, but for now, this means that man uniquely has the ability to progress forever, because mankind has a spirit that is everlasting. One great light I have bestowed unto all men, that they may progress forever. Though the waters of the ocean rise up and make clouds, and the clouds fall down as rain and run to the rivers and thence back into the ocean 1,000 times, yet the water has not progressed, neither have I given progress to a stone, nor a tree, nor to an animal, but to man only have I given progress. So an animal can't start out as one thing and become another, but a man can. He can start out ignorant and he can progress to a God. He can start out unenlightened, less than any other creation, and then he can progress to the highest. In regard to man being the dumbest and most helpless, OAHSPE once again refers to the tree. The Creator made the tree to get his food and clothes without labor. Some things in the world labor not, but mankind has neither feathers nor hair nor wool to cover his body, and instead is provided with talents. With talents. Okay, let me see. OAMIEN says the verses shows that angels take their form from their environment. Oh, is that right? The verses that you posted, they take their form from their environment. That's interesting. They take their form from their environment, but don't they use Simu to do it, Brother OAMIEN? Don't they use Simu to take their? Oh, okay. Oh, I got you. I got you. That's pretty interesting, man. They take their form from the environment. How do you like that? Let me see. You say Simu gone. I don't know what you're saying by that. It says, I created man naked and with shame as the foundation for industry, so that man will use his talents for industry, which is constant action to a profitable result, which leads to a more virtuous life. OAHSPE states that working, utilizing talents to clothe and feed oneself and others are by design, and is enforced by industry upon all people. If we combine the fact that mankind has the most potential and progress forever, the fact that mankind is born the dumbest and most helpless, plus the fact that mankind is provided with talents, exactly how does the dumb, helpless man or woman use his or her talents to progress forever to become a godhead? This is where the unseen worlds come into play, because the unseen rules over the seen. Now we're going to discuss the unseen worlds. The question has been asked, how does man go from the most ignorant and helpless to eventually rise to the Godhead? And here he postulates the unseen worlds. Now we're going to look at the unseen worlds. It says, although man is chief over all that live on the earth, earth is only one part of all that exists. The Creator created three kinds of worlds. Earth is the first world, called corpor, and is the seen. The other two worlds are unseen and called S, which is spirit, yes. The two unseen worlds are called atmosphere and etheria. Atmosphere is within the Earth's atmosphere, travels with the Earth, and exists in three layers. Etheria is above and beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Okay, yeah, so we got the illustration here. Etheria is above and beyond the Earth's atmosphere Figure 2 illustrates etheria and the 3 lower levels of atmospheria. If you brethren can see the screen, you got the earth down here at the bottom where it's the dark part, real dark. And then you got the first world. Let's see. The first layer, which is little less darker. And then you have the second layer, the second level, the second resurrection, the third resurrection. You got the earth, then you got the first resurrection, then you got the second resurrection, then you got the third resurrection, and then you got etheria. And with each elevation, it seems there is less restriction. When you look at the pattern here, you see how the spacing becomes greater and greater. And then it says, inhabitants of the seen world, corpor, are called corporeans, and inhabitants of the unseen worlds are, let me read that again. It says, inhabitants of the seen world, corpor, are called corporeans, and inhabitants of the unseen worlds, are generally called Essians. Spirits or angels. Angels and OAHSPE are not a separate order of creation. They are any human spirit that does not inhabit a corporal body. In fact, OAHSPE states that humans are simply undelivered angels, still in an embryonic state, preparing for birth, which we call death. So how do you like that? I'm telling you, man, it's something that never fails to amaze you, you know. We are here, we're alive right now. We're sitting here, we're talking to one another, and we're in the embryo. And then you look at the world and some, pregnant woman and child, and it's different from our situation because the child is in the womb and then here we are in the world, but yet we're both in an embryonic state. And we know we are preparing for birth, which the world calls death. We know it. That's just amazing, man. We sitting here and we know we're going to be born. And now we have, it's like the creator is saying, I know I talk about this all the time. It's like he's saying, choose what you want me to add to your spirit. How do you want to be? What type of character do you want to have? What type of spirit do you want to have? It seems like the creator is giving us that option. It's like, here we are, we in the embryo, we are experiencing the earth. We're learning off of the examples of those around us. We learn from people who are wise. We learn from people who are unwise. And then we can say to ourselves, I don't want to make this mistake, or I want to be like that. I want to add this to my soul. Now I could be wrong. I'm just speculating. I don't think that I'm too far off. I think that the creator is telling us that the purpose of the earth is for our learning. It's for our learning. Our learning. Hey, we got Daryl in here now. Now we got Daryl in here. Yeah, the earth is in a womb of atmosphere. Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that I just think it's fascinating that we're described as in the embryo of the earth, preparing for birth. I think that is quite fascinating. Good to see you, Daryl. Good to see you, brother. It is these angels then that are one of the primary ways that mankind, which is born relatively dumb and helpless compared to animals in the wild. Let me read that again. It says, it is these angels then, it is these angels then that are primary, it says, it is these angels then that are one of the primary ways that mankind, which is born relatively dumb and helpless compared to animals in the wild, receives indirect inspiration in the optimum use of his or her talents for industry and learning. Okay, let's consider this. It says it is these angels then, all right, that are one of the primary ways that mankind, which is born relatively dumb and helpless compared to animals in the wild, receives indirect angels in the optimum use of his or her talents for industry and learning. This indirect, unseen guidance is the mechanism whereby mankind aspires to reach his or her highest potential and eternally progress the soul. This brings us to the beginning of OAHSPE's 72,000-year historical account, where the first angels of the most recent age of Cephas visited Earth. Okay. All right. So let's hang out here for a second. Let's consider this. What is it saying here? Now, it says up here, angels and OAHSPE are not a separate order of creation. They are a human spirit that does not inhabit a corporeal body. In fact, OAHSPE says that humans are simply undelivered angels still in the embryonic state, preparing for birth, which we call death. Okay? It says, it is these angels then that are one of the primary ways that mankind is born, which is born relatively dumb and helpless compared to animals in the world, receives indirect inspiration in the optimum use of his or her talent for industry and learning. Okay, so we got to stop right here and look at it. It says, it is these angels then that are one of the primary ways that mankind, which is born relatively dumb. So it's making a statement that we get indirect inspiration from angels when we're born to the optimal use of his or her talents for industry and learning. So it's explaining to us how the unseen world, remember, because it was saying up above here that we have direct, we have indirect inspiration, and then it mentioned the unseen worlds, and it goes into the effect that the unseen worlds have on each one of us. And then we come down here, it says the angels, talking about these angels right here. The angels in OAHSPE are not a separate order of creation. They are a human spirit that does not inhabit a corporeal body. So I think we all know this, that we are indirectly inspired by Ashars. Ashars. It says, it is these angels then that are one of the primary ways that mankind, which is born relatively dumb and helpless compared to animals in the wild, receives indirect inspiration in the optimal use of his or her talent for industry and learning. Now, this is interesting. Is this true for everybody? I don't think it's true for everybody, as we can see if we paying attention in our current reality. It says here, the angels, they indirectly inspire us to use our talents for industry and learning, that they use indirect inspiration for the optimal use. They use indirect inspiration for the optimal use of talent for industry and learning. It says this indirect, unseen guidance is a mechanism whereby mankind aspires to reach his or her highest potential and eternally progress the soul. This brings us to the beginning of OAHSPE's 72,000-year historical account when the first angels of the most recent age of Cephas visited Earth. Okay, so we got the angels of the creation. They come, and during the time of continent of Pan, that civilization, and even after Pan up until now, the angels are the mechanism whereby mankind aspires to reach his or her highest potential and eternally progress the soul. So if this is true, at some point, the inspiration of the angels, it doesn't, at least for the continent of Pan, at some point, it didn't succeed because it had to be destroyed. Remember the kingdom of man, much like it is today, in the sense that one of the reasons why it had to be destroyed was conceit. It was conceited. We can imagine the other things: materialism, ego, bloodshed, war fighting. I can't say for sure if those things were part of the downfall of the continent of Pan, but you have to deduce that it was because the indirect inspiration of the angels had little effect on them. If we looked at the continent of Pan and the reasons for its downfall, I'm sure that we would see these reasons. I think I recall reading that I think it mentioned war. I think it did mention war and conquest in addition to conceit. Let's read on. Let's see what else we can learn. Let's see if we can learn something else. It says angels come to earth. It says the first example that OAHSPE provides of the unseen ruling over the seen starts about 6,000 years prior to the age of Cephas. So they come during the time of the continent of Pan. It says the first example that OAHSPE provides of the unseen ruling over the seen starts about 6,000 years prior to the age of Cephas. So about 78,000 years ago, angels were sent to earth to teach early man with whom didn't walk. They were naked, they could not talk. Man was helpless, crawling on his belly, and he understood not the voice of the Almighty. And Jehovah called angels who were older than the earth, and he said unto them, go ye, raise man upright, and teach him to understand. Okay. So before the age of Cephas, which would be the age of Hawk, darkness, age of Hawk, right? H-A-K, Hawk, darkness, 72,000 years, age of Hawk. It says, I've created a new world. Come ye and enjoy it. So let me go back up. It says, Jehovah called angels and who were older than the earth. He said unto them, go ye, raise man upright, and teach him to understand. I've created a new world. Come ye and enjoy it. Raise man upright. Give him words of speech, for these will also be angels in time to come. Okay. And then it says, I mentioned earlier that at the beginning of every new 3,000-year cycle, there is a period of time that spans several hundred years where there's a higher level of interaction between the angelic overseers and mankind to carry out necessary cleanup and set up for the new cycle. The Creator sent myriads of angels from the roadway in heaven where the earth traveleth to go and deliver Asu, Adam, from darkness, where he shall also rise in spirit. It says the difference between the angels of this cycle compared to later cycles is that this cycle was the second to the last cycle of the age of Semu. Okay. So Simu was still raining down on earth. It says these angels were able to use the Simu to create flesh and bones, corporal bodies, and walk alongside the Asuans. By his side took they on forms like unto man, having all the organs and attributes of mortals. Where was the time of earth for such things to be? So although these first angels were from the unseen world, they themselves were not unseen, which is how the next event occurred. Okay, so now they mingle with the first man, Asu. Angels procreated with Asuans. It says the angels in their new earth bodies were told to partake of all that is on the earth. The angels in their new earth bodies were told to partake of all that is on the earth. But do not partake of the tree of life, because it would make them procreators as if dead to the heavens whence he came. The angels did not comprehend Jehovah's words, and they hung out with the Asian ones and were tempted and then had sexual intercourse with them. OAHSPE says that the tree of life, the knowledge of earth and heaven, from OAHSPE's outer references to the tree of life, I've deduced that they partake of the fruit of the tree of life means sexual intercourse. Yeah. Let me see. Hey, let's see, Daryl, you posting a lot here. Let me put the link in. If you want to come on and explain what you're posting about, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. If you if I'm saying something wrong or you see something that I'm not saying, and then I can keep going here. Okay, so it says what? It says, it says, so the first example that OAHSPE provides of the, I read that. I'm right here. It says the angels in their new earth bodies, all right, were told to partake of all that is on the earth. Okay, so they commingled with the first man. And then it says, although the Christian doctrine of original sin says that because of sin of Adam and Eve, original innocence was lost and all subsequent human beings are born into a state of sinfulness. Neither angels or the Asuans sinned, according to OAHSPE. The angels were hearers of other planets. Many of them had never fulfilled a corporal life, having died in infancy. For the ones that did grow up, they became wise women and men, but never had tasted the fruit of the tree of life, so they did not comprehend procreation. Joey's words were in innocence, and they mingled with the people of Asu. They were tempted for wisdom's sake, and I condemn ye not, because you have become joint procreators with the Asuans. They were tempted for wisdom's sake, and I condemn ye not, because ye have become joint procreators with the Asuans. So the angels, they come, they mingle, and because they mingle, they create a progeny which binds them to their progenies for 6 generations to raise them up. So it says, in regard to the Asuans, they were born in darkness. They were of the earth. They had not yet been enlightened, raised up, enlightened by the angels, so they did not know any better. OAHSPE described this temptation as Corpor spoke to them, and the angels believed, and they believed Corpor, which is another way of saying that the Asuans, who were of the earth, convinced the angels to have sex, and neither the Asuans nor the angels knew any better. So it says, furthermore, Jehovah went on to say that angels had done 2 services to him. So the angels, they mix with the Assuans, who they were supposed to indirectly inspire to raise them up, and they ended up mingling with them. They end up having progeny. Now they're responsible for them for 6 generations. And Jehovah comes and says, you've done 2 services for him. In doing what you've done 2 services. You've done 2 services for him. They taught themselves corporal things so that they would understand and sympathize with mortals. And they caused the earth to become populated with people that were capable of immortality. Angels become bound to the earth. And his promise, when the angels procreated with the Assuans, they became as if dead to the heavens, meaning they didn't care anymore for things of the heavens. It lost its inspiration for, or maybe I shouldn't say they lost their inspiration, but they turned their focus on their progeny. It says they became as if dead to the heavens whence they came. The angels that mingled with the first man, the Assuans, it says they became as if dead to the heavens whence from where they came. And they lost their inheritance in Etheria. This meant that these angels could no longer go right back to where they came from in Etheria. Their line of light back to home had been severed. Furthermore, these angels were now responsible for the development of their offspring. Because ye brought forth life, which is in the flesh and blood, ye shall minister unto man for 6 generations on the face of the earth. So now they're responsible for their the progeny of having sex with the oh, you coming on, Daryl? Okay. All right. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right on. Love and light to you, brother.
Yeah, same to you, man. Good to see you. How you doing?
Yeah, doing well. Just concluding the day.
That's good. You want to add something?
Yeah, actually, I'm just digging the article that you're reading because this is explaining everything that we had our last conversation about.
Yeah, I did have a question about that. Yeah. OAMIEN said something interesting.
And what was that?
He said that the angels, they manifest according to their surroundings using Simu.
Yeah, I remember I brought that up the last time that we talked. Because remember when I said that the angels aren't able to do it as efficiently because there isn't a sufficient amount of simu for them to create bodies for themselves.
Yeah.
Because remember, when the angels had to give up their bodies, the earth was just about leaving the age of Semu. And so the earth didn't create it abundantly. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the earth to some degree can create it as well. But it rained down from the cosmos initially, which is what created the vegetables and animals kingdoms.
Yeah. All right. So you want me to keep going here? You going to add as I go along?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You can go ahead and keep going. I think that this article is really interesting. You need to.
Oh, what, this right here that I'm reading?
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah. If you want to learn it, go to. It should be in the description area. Okay. Why don't you stay on, man, and then just comment as I go.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I don't mean to force you, bro, but sometimes, you just hit and run, man. I don't like that.
It's all right, man. I got a few minutes. Go ahead, though.
Okay. All right, I'll take it. Let me find where I was at. Yeah. Okay, what do you think? Well, I'm gonna read it. You just jump in where you stop me wherever you want to. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It says, as promised, when the angels procreated with the Asuans, they became as if dead to the heavens, whence they came, and lost their inheritance in Etheria. Now, that's not right, is it? Lost their inheritance in Etheria, it says.
Yeah, remember the last conversation we had about this. I told you that the angels fell from their highest state. They became what we consider fallen because they had to stay back. They had to stay back to see after their heirs. So they lost their highest state in heaven. But remember, I said that it was to the benefit of their ascension. So when they, after 6 generations of seeing after their heirs, they rose back, they ascended back into Etheria, but they was much more comprehensive, having corporeal experience. So it wasn't to their detriment, it was to their benefit.
Right. So he had a poor choice of words here, the website. I know what he meant. He says they lost their inheritance. They didn't lose it. It was suspended, I guess.
Yeah, it was temporary.
It's a better word, you know.
Yeah, it was temporary.
Right.
It was temporary to their benefit, though. It wasn't temporary to their detriment.
Yeah, to their benefit because they gained corporal knowledge.
Correct.
And then it says, this meant that these angels could no longer go right back to where they came from in Etheria. Their line of light back to home had been severed. Furthermore, these angels were now responsible for the development of their offspring. Because you brought forth life, which is in flesh and blood, ye shall minister to man for 6 generations on the face of the earth, and they could not rise again to inherit Jehovah's emancipated heavens.
If I can chime in for a minute, if I'm not mistaken, I think that for the author of this article to say that their line of light was cut off, I don't know if it went that far. I don't know where he got that from. I would like to see that chapter and verse, because if it says that, I overlooked it, but I don't recall it saying anything like that. Their line of light was not cut off because Sathantes was teaching them how to administer to them.
So yeah,
I'm
with you. Some of the language is problematic, but it's like I know what he meant. I hate to say that I know what he meant. You know what I mean? But because somebody reading it, I'm with you. You know, but
yeah, the line of light was, go ahead.
Yeah, he used some problematic language here in some respects.
Yep.
Okay, so it says they would not rise again to inherit Jehovah's emancipated heavens, meaning they would not be able to go back to the heavens beyond the bounds of earth until the lowest of their offspring have been brought up to their equal. It says, behold, ye now have sons and daughters on the earth. By your love to them, you're become bound spirits in the lower heaven until you redeem them in wisdom, power, even into the 6th generation. Ye shall not again rise and inherit my emancipated heavens. Now, let me ask something real quick, Daryl. This is not speaking of parents who let's say you have parents who cross over and they have children on the earth. Do they also stay back 6 generations? But let's say that they weren't faithless on the earth. Does this apply to them?
I would imagine that it would. If you have kids, you are responsible for them. They're your responsibility. Ain't nobody else's responsibility but yours. You know, not saying that there won't be anybody to assist you and help you, but you are solely responsible for what you create. Whether it's kids, whether it's situations, it don't matter. You're solely responsible for whatever it is you create. be it light or dark. And if you create something that's at the detriment of others, then oh yeah, you definitely gonna be bound.
So it says these angels would receive assistance in his or own resurrection only inasmuch as he or she assisted those beneath him. Inasmuch as you raise them up that are beneath you, so will I send them to. I will send them who are above down to you to raise you up also. This top-down multi-level system of assistance was made possible by new system and order, which will be covered in part 3.
Okay, now watch this. Now you see how he said that the line of light was severed? You just read the line of light right there. So how could
the top down? Yeah, the angels.
So how could they get help from the top down if the line of light was
severed? Right, that's a good point. Yeah, I noticed that you have to allow for some. You have to give the writer of the website a little space. I see that. I mean, it's kind of a dichotomy, man. You know, I mean, we know what he meant, you know, and it could be attributed to the weakness of language, you know, but. You're right. He makes a statement and then he refutes it in a couple of paragraphs later right here.
He should have just stuck with what the text say instead of adding his own little freestyle to it.
I did notice. I see that you know, weakness in the writing here. He just needs a lot of forgiveness. You know.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
It says this new system in order coincided with the beginning of the next age, the age of Cephas, which was the age for establishing and enforcing laws of land and religion. OAHSPE's 72,000-year history covers the events of the entire age of Cephas, all the way up to the beginning of the next age, which is the age we're in now, the age of Cosmin. It says this synopsis will follow OAHSPE's. This synopsis will follow OAHSPE in summarizing most of the first 48,000 years, which ended with the sinking of the continent of Pan, the Great Flood, Noah's Ark. Then the last 24,000 years will be covered in more detail and we'll cover the following subjects. Okay, so these are going to be in the next study, which I'll do tomorrow. Or no, wait a minute, tomorrow's Wednesday. I'll be in Bible study. So these are covered, these top, the subjects that are going to be picked up in the next study, which I'll be doing Creator willing Thursday for you brethren. It says OAHSPE's 72,000-year historical account of the age of Cephas ends with how Columbus was inspired to discover America, which was the nation designated to lead the way in letting go of religions entirely in the age of Cosmin, and how Lincoln was inspired to free the slaves in 1863, which was just 15 years into the age of Cosmin. So, and actually that's problematic right there too, if you want to get in the weeds. But it did happen, but that's also a problematic statement.
What statement is that?
Because Lincoln was inspired to free the slaves in 1863. That's also problematic.
Well, I mean, it's in the Jehovah's kingdom on earth. It's in there. It's in the book.
Yeah, it's in there, but it was then. I mean, you know, now I mean, come to think of it, there's there's like a couple of accounts. Now I didn't know about the one in OAHSPE before, you know. I knew about the earthly account, and you know, he didn't want to free the slaves. He said if he could have kept the Union together, he would not have freed them, you know, and he said a bunch of problematic things. Lincoln did. So, but anyway, you know what? It's neither here nor there. I only got you for a little bit. I got a question for you. I wanted you to comment on. It's totally different than this study here. I wanted to ask something. Now, I don't know if you've been around, but the last couple of days I've been talking about the free energy coming from there's brother. I don't know if I told you about a brother in Africa who has been given the inspiration to harness free energy and put it in vehicles and put it in generator. So, okay, free energy where he gets the energy out of the air. He uses radio waves, has been able to condense it in such a form that it can charge, it can take charges from the air and recharge itself. All right. Don't ask me to explain it, but the brothers in Africa, he credits the creator.
Wow.
And go ahead.
I'm just saying, wow.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So now, since I've heard about this, I've been speculating. And I want you to comment on this, if you would, please. Africa has been the world's wastebasket for thousands of years. Is it possible that the creator is now planning to make it the head of nations in order to use it as a mirror for the nations to reflect upon how they have treated Africa in an effort to cause a great repentance in the world when they see Africa forgive them? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does, man. But that question is above my head. I don't know what the plans are and up on high like that. I wish
because with that free energy, you know, that could sink international. That could sink. You do you know you could sink Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, you can sink everything. You can sink economy.
You can sink you can sink. Do you know you can sink everything?
Yeah. You can sink just about everything they got to
do. Do you know that the brother that he's been given, and do you know he credits the he calls him God, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When they keep asking him, he said, I got it from God.
Wow.
He said he got inspiration, and he gets it in the daytime and he gets it in the night. And do you know that he has created a do you know that he's created a generator that you can put in your house and plug it into, and stop your bills right there?
Right.
You see what I mean?
I believe it.
Dude, that's why I'm saying, what I see just will blow up the world. If the creator is saying, now you've been the wastebasket of the world. Now I'm going to make you the head of nations. And then the nations are going to look at you, and then when they see that you have an opportunity to grab them by the neck and you don't do it, that will cause the nations to see themselves and break.
Wow.
You see anything there?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's a good observation. Like I say, that's above my pay grade, bro.
No, it's not above your pay grade, bro. I want to know what you think.
I think there's something that, okay, here's what I'm gonna say. I think that technology like that should be used productively. If they're gonna use this man's technology, they should use it productively. But here's the thing. They're not going
to wait a minute. Somebody's coming on. Hold on a second. Oh, all right. We got OAMIEN.
Hey, brother.
All right. Can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, Daryl.
What I was saying was, you remember my initial comment was when you said that thing can sink Saudi Arabia. My comment back to you was, technology like that can sink the economy.
Right.
They wouldn't want anything like that to get out, because it would crush the powers that be, or whoever these powers are. It will crush their revenue. because they have
Hey,
been known.
hey, Duro, I'm sorry to interrupt. Will you give me 5 seconds? You do you want to see this, brother? Do you want me to bring it up on screen here?
You got to send it to my inbox, man. I gotta get off the line in a few minutes.
Oh,
Like literally a
all
few minutes.
right.
Yeah. I was actually on longer than what I should have been.
Send us the link. Send us the link.
Yeah, just send us the link.
Well, I was just going to show him on screen here. I'll do that and send you the link.
And while brother OAMIEN,
I appreciate you coming through, bro. I don't like these short visits, though.
well, we can make a date, you know, for us to do a 2-hour thing, man. You know,
Okay.
Usually I come in just to view, but I get excited when you send the link sometimes. I just got to come in. I feel like I have a need to come in and say something. But while the brother OAMIEN is in the building, man, brother, peace and love and light to you. How you doing, man?
I am doing fine. Light and peace unto you, brother. Long time no talk.
Yeah, long time no talk, my brother. Yeah, I mean we met years and years ago when I joined the OAHSPE College University group.
That's right. That's right.
And so it's just good to see that you know been on Sarnetta and the House of Consciousness, you know, talking your talk and you know tuning in,
Yep.
you know, being supportive to what me, Sila, and Malachi Maccabee have been doing out here, just working the field. And but I've been wanting to get active like this for the longest time.
That's true. That's true.
You know, because it's been needed. It's been long overdue.
Yeah, yeah. I've been
Needed.
watching the Creator Gang video. I log into Sila Shalom's stuff
Yeah,
sometimes, and but most of the time I log into Silent. I'm just interested in, because I'm staying in New York, right? They're in New York, so
yeah,
and I used to go to walk around that area. So when I'm in the neighborhood about to enter the subway, I just see him and a couple of guys on the street just talking, and
yeah.
so I got intrigued about, the new consciousness that he's, building on TV now. So
Yeah, I mean, you know, if I do say so, myself, man, it really is nothing conscious about the House of
right.
Conscious,
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But you
you
know
know.
what I mean.
Yeah,
So
but I know, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. No, that was
right.
just that wasn't a stab at you. That was just a stab at them, because there really isn't. I mean, there really isn't anything that's going on that channel that's really building community. You know, a lot of it
So
is arguing and entertainment.
of course,
And
yeah.
when you look at it, and I don't mean to play the race card because you know people are people. Uh, hold on a second.
Is this the guy,
All
brother?
right, I got to get out of here, man. I got to holler at y'all.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is this
Okay,
the
Daryl.
guy?
I see.
All right.
Where is he
Okay,
from?
see you
From
later. See
Uganda?
you later. See you later, Daryl. Uh, Um. Oh, on the screen here, this brother from Zimbabwe.
Oh, he's from Zimbabwe. Oh, okay, okay.
Have you heard about this brother?
No, I mean, I've not heard about him, but it'll be a good thing to like kind of like look at what he's talking about and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, the brother has found a way to harness free energy and put it in a. He doesn't build the vehicles. He's built a device that pulls from the air and powers vehicles without fuel, without oil, gets the energy from the air, the radio waves in the air.
Wow, that's an interesting
And
technology. I mean, it's
yeah,
been out for a while though. It's just that we just need to start making use of it. That's all.
yeah, well, but I think that the creator is raising him up because one of the first things out of his mouth when you hear him talk is he immediately gives glory. He calls him God, you know,
Right,
but
right.
he immediately gives glory to the creator. They say, how did you, the brother is a high school dropout at 14 years old. He has no knowledge of engineering, not trained, not educated. Creator simply used his curiosity and inspired him to build a device where he could pull radioactivity from the air
Interesting.
and harness it to put it in a vehicle and run it and charge itself. And he rolled it out February 10th to where now they are in the embryonic stages of mass producing it. He also has a generator that he is only now beginning to mass produce. He up until now he's only had prototypes.
Okay.
Now, if that gets out, if when I'm following him very closely, I see the creator, because Africa has been the wastebasket of the world. Now, if it was Europe, if it was the other way around, if Europe was the wastebasket of the world for all these thousands of years, I'd be pulling for Europe. But in this case, it's Africa, so I'm pulling for Africa to come out of that third world status. I see the creator is using it as a way to make the nations look their evil in the face as to how they treated these people. Mainly talking about colonization. I'm looking at the creator using them to make the world sorry for how they have dealt with these people, especially when Africa forgives them. So basically, I see the creator in this whole thing. They already tried to kill him. And whenever you threaten industry in the United States, you can look forward to them sending you some democracy. You know, all of a sudden,
And I hope the government don't get a hold of because if it gets sanctioned by the government, then it's a problem. So
right. But I think that the creator has chosen his time in the Cosmic era. I don't know if you heard me talking about Pluto going into Aquarius as the optimum time to bring this information out, because we know that the kingdom of man is going to be dissolved and the kingdom of God is going to replace it. And I think that the creator is showing the world, first, he's showing them the evil and how they will treat their brethren if you give them a chance. If you give men the chance to subjugate, and right now there's a genocide going on in Sudan, right as we speak. And you don't know about it, do you? You haven't heard
nope.
about it, have you? Have
No,
you
but
heard?
I know there was a genocide a while ago, but I don't keep to current politics that that goes on. Some of them are usually staged, so it's very difficult to know what is real and what is not real. So that's why I stay away from politics in general.
Yeah, most faithists, they don't. I do. I follow it because I'm the type of brother, I need to be able to see the creator every day in my own way. I gotta be able to do it, man. It's like eating. I gotta eat every day. And the way I eat is to read the word, the light, and then I compare it with the world. And then that charges my batteries for me. And so it helps me to prove the creator to me. And if anybody listens to what I say, it helps me to prove the creator. So it's not everybody's thing, but I try to at least use it so that to warn us that the creator is moving in the world, and that it's bittersweet. We should be encouraged, but it's also a shame at the same time, you know. But if you can look into this brother,
Sure,
and
of course.
he's I'm telling you, man. Matter of fact, you don't have to look for this brother. I'm gonna be looking. just make sure you stay with my channel, man, because when that generator when that generator gets on Amazon, you know, I'm gonna have a generator buying ministry for brethren, you know, because my last power bill was $275. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, some brethren, they got it worse than that.
Yeah, I live in New York. I can't even tell you what my, electricity bill or even my gas bill is. Forget about it.
Yeah. See, so you'll be one of the first ones. You know, you'll be one of the first ones getting one of these things. You
I
see,
wouldn't mind. As long as it doesn't get sanctioned.
you would be one of the first ones. See, and
Yep.
that's why the United States. You know how the United States is. I'm looking to see if they will let this get out. I fear for the young brother, man. You know,
Yeah.
but if it's of the creator, it ain't nothing you can do. And plus, the public is going to scream for that generator. They're going to scream for it, you know. And you got people living in their cars, and if they can power their cars, man, that's good enough for them. They can live in it and get free heat. And so you can't be bringing that here because you know it'll blow up the whole United States. And so I just see the creator behind it. I didn't mean to talk so much about it, brother.
No, it's
I'm
all
just
right.
excited. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, 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 I was saying it was all right. What I was gonna add to it is that some of this website when we read it when they uh give a summary or description of what OAPSI says, then we have to like digest it and kind of like check if the information is
Mm-hmm.
true or not. And don't get me wrong, they're doing a good job. It's just at the end of the day, it's just a book. You take the book and then you kind of like double
Mm-hmm.
check it to make sure what they're saying is actually accurate
Mm-hmm.
or not. Because if you give that to someone who just started reading OIPC yesterday, the person will immediately get confused. And that's what I was
Mm-hmm.
trying to point out in the comment, saying that, it sounds
Mm-hmm.
because there are other references of. I mean, you forget about the references in OIPC, but in real life, we've had where angels or spirits actually manifest themselves physically, even in America, where they go to shows and they can show spirit manipulations. And I can even tell you stories about when I was in Nigeria where a man died in a location, uh,
Mm-hmm.
and then the man reappeared in another state in Nigeria and actually had kids, married, had kids,
Mm-hmm.
and this was a spirit that a man that died in one location then went to reappear in another district. So, and then the same thing can sound a little bit confusing when you start reading. Does that mean the same kept on continuing over, till present time? It only exists in sea areas, where the rivers are, but it didn't continue eventually. So spirit manipulation with humans still exist, and they actually show themselves physically, especially if you have the gift, you could see them. Um, and there's references in Rhapsody where they say the angels who actually can take a form of a sheep. And I think that explains when you see those planes or those aircrafts on the head. Those could be angels, Ethereal angels showing themselves in the form of a sheep. Don't necessarily mean those are physical sheep, but those are actually angels, operating in the form of a sheep. And there are references in that, Rhapsody also. That's what I just wanted to add to the equation.
Wow. I mean, you angels in the form of a ship.
Yep. If you read the verses that I sent to you, it clearly states it there also.
Mm-hmm. That angels can take forms of their surroundings.
Yes, and they could uh form. They could take a form of a sheep, and they could display. If you go to that verse when you get a chance, just read it later on. You'll see what I'm talking about. I believe I had posted one of them was the book of Apollo, chapter 10, verse 12. It says it right there. And the other one was a book of Agapeti, chapter
Mhm.
21, verse 16. It says it there that the humans can actually take, sorry, the spirits can take form of a sheep too. They have the power to do that.
Okay, well let's at least look at one of the verses because I'd like to see that. I
Yeah,
believe. I mean,
so,
I believe. I mean, I already believe you know, but it's
yeah,
like my
let's go to
question.
the verse. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on, 1 second here. Yeah, I want to see. I want to see that. The question is, how can we know what is what? You know,
That's when you need the gift of Suis.
um,
And
wait. You said
remember
one hour. What about the Suis?
that you need the gift of Suis and Sagis. Remember in the OAHSPE where it talks about Sagis?
Yeah.
So, why? And then Suis. So, those are the two gifts that is needed in order for you to see, uh, be able to
Do you
comprehend.
do you mean you have that gift? You have that?
No, I didn't say I have the gift. I'm saying that you have to have the gift.
Oh,
Why?
oh,
To be able to.
oh. Okay, okay. Where you want me to go?
So, start with, so let's first read the book of Apollo, chapter
Okay,
10, and that was verse 12, which I first posted.
okay. Apollo.
Yeah,
Oh, this ought to be interesting because it's talking about the beautification of mortals. Chapter 1, verse 8, is it?
no, chapter 10, then verse 12.
Oh, chapter 10, verse 12. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're sharing your screen, but I'm only seeing chapter 15 inspiration. Oh, I see something now. Okay, good.
Chapter 12, verse
Yeah, so chapter 10, then
oh,
verses,
10. Okay.
yeah, then verse
Okay.
12.
Okay. Chapter 10, verse 12.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. It says, Jehovah said, I've given power to spirit. Oh, this is a good find. This is a good verse, bro. Good verse. I've given power to the spirits of the newly dead to clothe themselves from the atmosphere with corporal semblances of flesh and blood. And to my exalted atmospheric angels, I have given power to clothe themselves from earth and forms of light. But to my exalted ethereal angels, I've given power to clothe their hosts with ships of fire and odivants and adavacids. Ethereal angels, I have given power. But to my exalted ethereal angels, I have given power to clothe their host with ships of fire
So you see
and
that?
odivans and adavacids.
All right, so Otivans and other vistas are ships. Those
Uh-huh.
are huge ships that can take billions of angels, carry them from one place to another.
Uh, and so you're saying what? Okay, so
So this year is
what?
telling you that right. So basically, this is telling you that an angel. Remember, you were talking about Simo.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
the angels doesn't have to have similitude in order for them to show themselves, right? So
Okay,
they will
okay,
use. So
okay.
this verse is saying that you know that they could clothe themselves with atmosphere with corporal semblance of flesh and blood, which means they can
Uh,
appear to you and show themselves as you, or they can take a form.
uh,
You
uh.
know,
Now, why
like
would they do that?
But
Why
then
would they do that?
they have the power to, right? So if they want to show themselves or to relay a message or something, if they want to, they can do that. Um,
Yeah, 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 yeah. So it says, "My, I have given power to clothe." It says, "I've given power to the spirits of the newly dead to clothe themselves from the atmosphere with corporal semblances of flesh and blood,
So put
and
it this way,
to
right? If
yeah,
a human died today, right? So for example, if my take my corporeal self, right? So if I was to die today and rise to the spirit world tomorrow, right? I'm not
yeah,
gonna take I'm not gonna take the semblance of you. I'm gonna take the semblance of me, right? So
uh-huh,
what this is
uh-huh.
really saying is that they have the power to take the semblance. They have the power to do that. That's what it's really saying. Um, and
Now,
if they
why would
want
they
to,
do?
go ahead.
Why would they do that?
That's the power that they were given to. So
Why?
remember, when they die, right? When a human die, they have to
Hmm.
take some type of form, right? And the form they take, there's another verse in Book of Knowledge that also explains
Uh,
that they take the semblance of themselves. You'll be a replica of yourself. That's your spirit side, right?
uh-huh,
Yeah.
uh-huh,
So
uh-huh.
now they've had spirits who can actually take a form of a different human shape and then to deceive somebody. All right.
Well,
Uh,
that makes sense. Now, that does make sense. I mean, you would think that you are born into something.
right. So every human beings, once they die, they take a shape of what they look like in in the world. So when they enter the spirit world, they take a form of their how they look. That's that's standard.
Well,
That's like a spirit birth.
why, why would you? Wow, this is a real trip, man. Why would you take a form of anything else? I mean, you know, why wouldn't you choose the highest thing? Everybody would choose what you know.
So if it's so take it this brother. If if I was to even take you to the next book of Pezi, then you would be I mean, well, you're stuck right here, right? So if I was to take you to this next book, forget about it. This even blows everything out of proportion because it does say that they could take a spirit of a fish or animal. I'm serious. The book of Pezi, chapter 21, verse 16.
Oh, hold on a second. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Fragment Patty,
Yeah.
2116. Fragment Patty, 2116. Okay. Okay. Book of Fragment Patty, 2116. Looking for 2020, chapter 16,
No, chapter
chapter
21.
chapter 21,
Right. And then
chapter
verse 16.
21.
I think my internet is going in and out.
Okay. Chapter 21, verse 16. Okay. Oh, it says here, let's see. Book of Bag of Patty, 20. It says, nevertheless, as a man, nevertheless, as a man may take a drop of water and put it in a vial and keep it for a long time, so have I given to my exalted angels power to take the spirit of fish or animal. Its exalted angels can take the power, they can take power to my exalted angels power to take the spirit. And let me see. The footnote says, okay, this includes birds. They can take the spirit, a spirit. So that means the appearance of a
Right.
fish or animal suddenly dead, and reclothed it for a season with the semblance of a body. How do you like that?
That's why I say that if you were to read this, then forget about it. It-
You listen, look at this stuff, man.
it's mind
But
blowing,
yet
right?
it is only a subjective experience. See? So that means it's somehow in their own mind though. How does do you how do you see it? It says, but yet it is only a subjective existence, subjective. So it's like they putting on a Halloween costume. Is that right?
Yep, right, exactly. So you could take it off. You see, that's why they gave that example right away. Even as a man lets a stone fall out of his hand, it drops it to the ground. So in other words, eventually they'll change, right? They'll change it back. When my angels release their hold on my spiritual animals, their spirit falls into sea of my body, and they see no more. When I saw this, I said, "This is a wrap."
I, unless somebody explained this one to me, I wouldn't have got this. I know I've read it before, but I never understood it.
But there are more
It's like,
interesting verses than this, though. So I just gave you like
uh,
uh, a bit of the cake. There are other, you know, there's a book of in a book of knowledge where that's another one. I forget about it.
well, why would they? I mean, why? Why? You know, I mean, what what would I? Why am I taking on this appearance? What am I doing that for? I'm choosing this
So
spirit. You
so
know.
there was a storyline in OAHSPE where it talks about there are a bunch of humans that died and they didn't know I think it was called the Ochihawa. I forgot that how to pronounce it, but they didn't know how to educate or bring these people to a higher heaven. And they realized when they were on earth they loved animals, and some of them I think they were still into fish. So the Ethereum or the god or the angel in charge at that time decided to create a subjective heaven for these humans who died in spirit, right?
Uh-huh.
So that
Uh,
just for a season to kind of like educate. Okay, let's use our word for example, right? So for
yeah.
suppose you go to California this man, you were told to go educate humans in California that
Uh,
these
uh,
humans they're using drugs, and they refuse to stop using drugs. I'm just using this as an example. And you go there, right? So
yeah.
you as an educator or teacher, what would be your first reaction? Would you tell them to stop using drugs? You
I
see?
I I
So this is what happened in heaven. So this Ethereum who was in charge of this area is like, what am I going to do with all these spirits? None of them want to do anything. They helpless. They don't want to do anything. So they discover while they were on Earth, most of them love animals. Some of them wanting to keep on eating their fish and their beef and stuff. So they created this subjective temporary heaven for them, and to let them understand what they were used to while on Earth, so that they could kind of like find a way to gradually,
kind
you
of
know,
wean them off
yes,
of it.
gradually. It's like when we are told not to eat meat, right? And then
Uh-huh.
you slowly just stop eating meat. No, your brain eventually is gonna go back to that. Um, so what you do is you replace it with something else, like vegan meat. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
is it,
yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
saying you gotta, so that you have to replace it with something else. If you just immediately stop after 2 weeks, your brain is gonna recover back and reprogram and say, oh no, you gotta crave for that, and you got enzymes in your body that keep on, wanting that stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
all these Ethereum angels have this capacity to do this, so that when they are given a session in heaven to say, "Hey, I need you to lift this spirits up," they have the power to do this. right? So, because if you scroll all the way down, you see that they can create subjective evidence, right?
Mm, mm, mm.
So it even says no, go up. It says, the same verse. It says, "My exalted God, I gave power to do the same thing, not with only plant only, but with whole forests, with animals, fishes, and serpents. And when they do these things in atmosphere, they are called subjective heavens." You know. So the example I was giving about California, you're an educator. They told you to go, weave these people out of drugs. How you gonna do it? So I'll give you an example. So I'll go in there and I'll be sniffing drugs with them. You see what I'm saying? That's how you start with them. Because if you go there, you just start telling them to stop using drugs. They're like, get out of here. They're not gonna listen to you. So you have to find a way to, find a way to get them out of it. So there are more chapters, actually that talks about how these gods have the power to do a lot of stuff. There was one I read where he talks about telepathy. It was the god was in another ship and he was able to communicate with another angel in a different ship. I was like, what? You ever watch those mutant movies before? Like I think they call them the X-Men. You're blown up with this verse, huh? Oh, we can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Okay, I was. Yeah. I they are allowed to do, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can they were allowed to do these things for the reforming of spirits.
Yeah.
Isn't how do you like this stuff? How do you like this? They do these things for the reforming they take on these other forms.
Part of it is
That's what this is about right here, right?
right. So part of it is when they encounter certain spirits in a group or in a location where what can they do? So they have
Uh,
to have
but
the
but but
power. Hmm.
but 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 how if how how am I gonna how am I gonna get somebody off of drugs by sitting down and doing drugs with them?
It's just an example, right?
I know,
Um,
but how do
right.
I mean, it sounds like you're saying you become like
Only,
them. You
right.
know,
Only temporarily.
you're like identifying with them. You're
Right.
becoming one with them. I mean, so that they will identify with you. And
Right. So when I read it's also in the book of Agape. When I read that part about how the angels wanting to uh lift this spirits up, they literally was feeding the spirits with fish, and I was like, what? you know?
really,
Yeah, it's in the same book of Agape. Uh,
they wanted to
uh,
lift their spirits up. They ate fish.
they fed these spirits with fish in heaven. It was very questionable, but you got to sit down and think about it. Think about it. The duty of a god is to lift spirits from this realm, so from first heaven to second heaven. That's his duty, right? So
Uh-huh.
he has a responsibility. So how does he do it? He has to do it. So, why some people might question what that book of Fagapeti, why did they do it that way? Then again, when you sit down later on, you're like, come to think of it, if I was in the position of God, which we are gonna be in the future, and I'm told to lift the spirits from first resurrection to second resurrection,
Uh-huh.
while you enter them in educational system, right? But what about the other ones that don't want to enter and they keep on going? This is why they have familiar spirits, right? Because they keep on going back to our world. So how do you put these people in a form of you know
But
uh
they can't do that now, though, can't they? Spirits can come back to the earth
some do,
now.
huh? Yeah, why you
I,
say that?
I, I well, because doesn't the OASPE say that that's not allowed no more?
So
Remember
so
that?
yeah, I know, but you can't read that out of context, right? So let me give you an example. So when you go to sleep
Okay.
and you have a spirit come to you in your dream, what is
Yeah.
that? That's a spirit contact, right? I
Yeah.
mean, we
Yeah.
we've
Yeah.
had spirits that come to humans,
Uh,
female spirit that can sleep with male spirit, right? Sorry,
yeah.
male
Yeah.
man, and then we have the spirits the spirits who sleep with this in their dreams, and this is real. What about the vampire spirits that can drain
That's a good
human
point. That's good.
energy?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
and then now familiar spirits are also considered our ancestors, right? So when you have a
Uh,
dream
uh,
about, grandfather, right? What do you
so
call that?
that's the spirit. That's the spirit revisiting you.
Yeah, exactly. So to say that they don't contact us, that's not true because think about it, right? The spirits that died in America, they're right
Uh-huh.
above us, right? And they are the one that is inspiring us with suicide, with war. They are the one inspiring us to do more industrial technology, like this guy that you just mentioned today, just
Uh-huh.
now, right? So
Yeah.
the inspiration he gets is from the heaven above Africa. So you said he was from Zimbabwe, right? So the
Yeah. Yeah.
heaven above Zimbabwe, you've got a spirit there that's advanced in technology and is inspiring this man to create his free energy.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You
Because
see what
there
I'm
is a
saying
God.
now?
There is a God over that continent. There's a God over the American continent, right? There's a
Right,
God
right,
over
right.
over
Of
the
course.
over the five regions, right?
Correct.
The
Yeah.
five regions. They're still there today, right?
They're there in every circle. They'll get chosen, they're there. But
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
keep in mind that when humans die today, most of them don't leave their heart immediately, right?
Mhm.
So you have
Mhm.
some who says, "Oh, this house, I bought this house for $20 million. I ain't going nowhere." Stays right
Yep.
there,
Yep. You remember?
think
Yeah, I remember
knowing
that.
he's dead, or he doesn't even know if he's dead, and he's still living in the house and going from one room to the other, and just living right there. The only reason we humans can't perceive it is because we've not raised our vibration level to be able
Uh-huh.
to feel
Uh-huh.
it. But you do have some people who can feel it.
Uh-huh.
So
Uh-huh.
I could give you a perfect example. One time I was trying to figure out things about, you know, how come I had this gift where I can immediately say, this is the type of help you will need, right?
Mm.
And I dreamt that, now I was not told this. I was told this in my dream that my grandfather was an herbalist on my mother's side, and my grandfather on my mother's side and my father's side, they were both herbalists. I did not know this information. This I found it in my dream, and I was like,
Did you say herbalist?
yes,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
and I was like, huh? And I called my dad and asked, hey, what was Grandpa's occupation? And he said he was an herbalist. I was like, what? And I asked my mom what was, and said it was an herbalist. I was like,
Oh my
so
goodness, man.
yes, so they transfer that information. So like there's a small statement in OAPSE that talks about how DNA, like you get the gift. The gift can be transferred. While some people don't believe it, but yeah, this is true. You could have a gift that was transferred from your grandfather's side or yeah, from your father's side and gets transferred over to you. I mean, we call it DNA, but uh, in that DNA, there's something written in there. So yeah, we get communication by with spirits every day. Just like we're talking right now, you get inspired to do something. That's the spirit that told you to do it.
Well, what about I thought that when you born into the spirit that the Ashar hands you over to the Asaph.
Yeah, but that's when you die, right? So, but keep in mind, right? Then there's the fallen angels, or what you call the false gods, who also can kick the ashars out of the way, and they, import themselves into the equation. You got to put that in equation also. Think about that. And there's a funky verse
So
in it.
wow.
Yeah, in the book of Extra, where he
Uh
talks about how Ashaz was kicked out of the station, and then
yeah.
in the book of Extra.
Yeah.
Yep.
So how do you like that?
So
How,
so so
oh.
you gotta read the. So one of the things I always tell a lot of people is that not don't just read the website, study it. So
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
I'm at the point where I don't even like have to read it because I dedicated 5 years of reading it, right? So like
Uh-huh.
every I don't even have to read it to get a proper understanding of it no more. Like it will just
Uh-huh.
come to you automatically. Um and that's because the information was already embedded in our soul already. So
Mhm.
OASPE is
Mhm.
just activating it for us. That's all. That
Mhm.
information was
Mhm.
there already.
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with that. I have to admit, man, I'm just marveling over how you're able to, and other brethren are able to pull certain things out of the OASPE that I've been reading. I mean, I wouldn't say I see a level of, I mean, like what you showed right here. I just can't, I see it now that you shared it about how the angels could transfer form, they could change form,
Yeah.
but
Um
I
mhm.
it takes something more, man. I just haven't gotten there yet. I perceive I will get there because I'm dedicated, but I have to admit to being jealous. Sometimes, Daryl, he comes in and he gives us insight, and Ace and Ath will say something, and oh man, it just makes me mad sometimes that I know that I just have to wait,
Yeah, it's a
before
gradual
before
process.
I can get like certain type of insight, you know.
It's a gradual process, right? So think
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it. Like back in the days, I used to email Sila Shalom every day. Like, yo, like this was like I think 2014 or 15. I'll email him or text him on the Facebook. I'm like, yo, what is this? What is this? Like, what is this? So that was early stage, right? So then
Mhm.
I started, once I get a full grip of it, and I said, you know what? I'm going to start reading this from the beginning, no skipping to
Mhm.
the end.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I said, you know what? I'm going to read this from the beginning and then
Uh-oh.
to the
Yeah.
end. No skip. I'm not going to skip a chapter. I'm not going to skip nothing. And
Uh-oh. Yeah.
then I'll come back later on, start
Uh-huh.
reading it, and then start skipping.
Okay,
You
so
know?
that's what I got. I know I'm already convicted. That's what I got to do. I just got no patience for it because I just it's too much,
Yeah, I
I
know.
mean,
Right.
oh,
It depends on your path. Right. So
uh, uh,
it
uh.
depends on your path. My path is
No,
like,
I just
yeah,
it's like you ever seen a dog run out of the house after being in the house for so long? He just
yeah.
goes 1,000 different directions at once, and I
Right,
just
right.
don't have the discipline to every page, go do it like you straight through, and I know that I got to do it, man. I
No,
know I
you
got to
have to,
do it.
because what you will end up doing is you're gonna be calling brothers and sisters like us, saying, "Hey, what is it? What do you what Because like I'm telling you, when I first started too, I used to go to Sila Shalom video every day. Every day I'll be on his video on his channel, like, you know, and then I'll read some verses. I'm like, so I eventually, I sat down and I was like, okay, so I need to sit down and read this from the beginning to the end, and then I'll get a full grip of it. But
uh,
in me, I knew this OAPSE was special because when I started reading where it started saying we humans become God, that light bulb in my head just blinks. Boom, there you go. Because I have always had that concept in me. Because I grew up in Nigeria, and we know, based on when humans die, they know they have to come back and kind of like be a leader. So they in Nigeria they call them orishas,
Uh-huh.
and I did a video about that. So when those humans die, they still lead, or they become like a guardian to the people, um, and they rise, and then they call themselves Orisha, which means God of the land, or God of a particular area.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So
Mhm.
I've always believed in me that when I die, I'm gonna become a lord one day. And so when I
Mhm.
stumble upon the video on YouTube where I saw Sila Shalom, talking about who is God, what is God, I was like, that's it. That's what I was looking for. And then he was reading some strange book, and I was like, I have never heard of this book. So I went to
Mhm.
Google. I was
Mhm.
like, what is this? And I downloaded it and I started reading. I was like, huh. And the very first day I started reading it, I something just changed in my entire spirit. Like, this is what I
Uh,
was looking for all this while. And
isn't
when I
that
started
something?
reading, that was it. That was it for me. And I was like, uh, and that's how I started. It's like, oh, I need to show the world or explain the world about this. The world needs to know about this. Even if they see one thing about, I don't know if you ever read the story of about Anuhasaj in
Uh-huh.
the
Uh-huh.
Book of Wars, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you read the story carefully, right, this spirit did not, he wasn't like one of those spirits that said, no, I want to be a god right now. No, he waited, right? Even Satan told him, you know, if it's for 100 years, wait. If it's for 200 years,
Oh
wait.
yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So let's take that storyline and put it to what's going on with OAHSPE, right? Right
Uh-huh.
now, people are not listening to what we're saying, right? So
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
10 years from now, right? You're gonna see people calling you, brother, calling me, calling Sila Shalom, calling the creators. God, yo, we need more information about this. Like, we're gonna be like the stepping stone, explaining the spiritual guidance to them now. Right now, the Christian dome is like, oh, they they're dominating, right? But 10
Yeah.
years from now, right? It's the same thing like about I think 15 years ago, Sila Shalom was on YouTube. Ain't nobody listening to him that time.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
now, look at it now. Everybody like, yo, Sila Shalom, Sila Shalom. They're all, jumping all around. So fast
Mhm.
forward 10 years from now, you see that, you know, people will be calling you, asking you question, brother. They'll be calling me, asking me question because, you know, so like Anu Asai did not just immediately become the Lord God. Satan told him, if it's 100 years, it's fine. Take what they give
Mhm.
you. After 100, 200 years, you become like, everything back then. Though it was a wrong move that he was doing, but the storyline really was saying to you that patience, right? You have to have patience, you know.
Yeah, I got to stop you there for a second because
Sure, go ahead.
I got to confirm what you're saying. I got to confirm it
Go
that
ahead.
in my soul I keep getting a witness that Faiths are ready to come on stage.
Yeah, they are. We're in the
Now,
constant era.
I
So,
keep that is one thing that I can say that I get a witness about that, and that's why I've been saying on my videos lately that we have to prepare. I've been using that word that we have to prepare our souls for whatever is coming. That it could be Cosmin Day or I don't know, but I do have a witness that faith is number one. are going to be brought on the world stage to give an answer. And number two, that we must, I I can't get away from that vibration in my spirit that keeps telling me that we must get prepared. We just have to do it. So I strongly agree when you say that the creator will use us to give an answer about OAHSPE. That's the third thing I read where the creator said that. Do you remember reading where he said that this word was going to be global? Do you remember that part?
Yeah, yeah,
And so I think that has a lot to do with what, I just had to confirm what you just got finished saying there. Whether I said it right or wrong, I certainly agree with that.
yeah. So sooner or later, we'll see. But I know for
Hmm.
sure that we're on the right path. So it's like we're not doing anything wrong, and we're not reading something wrong. So
Hmm.
uh,
Hmm. I thought that what you said about the inventor in Zimbabwe and the god over the continent of Africa inspired him is very interesting, man.
it doesn't have to
Very,
be the
very.
God, but the
Or
spirit above.
yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
right. So just like what state do you live in, brother?
I'm in California.
Right. So above that state, just a heaven there, right? Above
Uh
that.
huh.
Yeah. So there are spirits above that that's inspiring
But
everybody
over the
that live in
United
California.
States, though, right? Over the United States.
Yeah, over the United States, also in California, there are heaven
But
above
but
that.
but 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 the same spirit over California is over you too, right? Over
Yeah,
New York.
right. But think about it this way, right? So let me give you a perfect example. If a human die in the state of California,
Uh,
that
uh
that human will not rise in New York, right? It will rise
yeah,
above. It will rise above California.
yeah, yeah.
Right? You see that?
Uh
So, and then, depending on the Asha, depending on, the person's state of belief, or whoever that person meets in, when the person rise, because, you have, spirits that wants to deceive those humans that literally just, rose like in less than 3 days or 4 days, depending, you know, or
mm,
actually the
mm.
code saying 3 days, but the point I'm making is that there are spirits above that, right? And some spirits who dwell right above the state of California, inspiring California. There's a verse in OAHSPE where it talks about they actually inspire humans to commit suicide. When I read that, I was like, what?
Oh man, yeah, 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 yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
They
When
also
when when
inspire
when them
humans
an-
to
when
go
them
to war.
angels withdraw,
Yep.
when they get withdrawn, then suicides, then there are mortals that are inspired to a high rate of suicide.
Yeah. Yeah. When I read that, I said, "Oh, that's it. This is a wrap. This is so true. It makes perfect sense because, when they interview this human, the human will say, "I was told to commit suicide." Oh, like, where did you get that from? Like, even
Hmm.
the psychologists sometimes, even those doctors, they cannot comprehend and they don't understand how it is come about. But you, you're a spirit that will tell you, hey,
Hmm. Hmm.
now, so I have a true story to tell you so before I go. Right. So I was driving one day. I forgot the street I was driving on, and that voice told me make a left. Now, brother, the left that whoever that spirit said to me to make, that's a one-way street. You cannot make a left. But I was like, okay, I'm going to get a ticket, and
Uh-huh.
make the
Uh-huh.
left. As soon as I made the left, guess what? A car was coming from the right side, did not stop, and went straight and hit the car right behind me that went.
Oh man. Oh,
Yeah.
oh man.
And the
Wow.
spirit said, make a left. I'm like, make what? This is a one. And I immediately obeyed. I didn't even, because, when I hear that stuff, I, I, I immediately obeyed. And the car right behind me had an accident.
How do you like that, man? How do you
Yeah.
know? I mean, in this case, I mean, but how can a person tell? That's one of the things that concern me. Is like I'm trying to get in touch with my soul. I'm trying to listen to the creator's voice. I'm trying to fine tune it. Well, how do you know that you're not hearing from a deceiving spirit?
Well, so
I
according
mean,
to
I
science, it
remember
can
what the
happen.
OAHSPE say. I
I know
remember
it.
what.
You judge the spirit's word, or you judge what
Yeah,
it tells.
yeah.
So that's how you know. You know.
I mean, in the, yeah, I remember it says that if they testify themselves, that you can know that it's the first resurrection or uh, spirit. But in sudden inspiration like that, would you say that that is more than likely a Ethereum or a righteous, holy angel?
No,
Or
yeah, it wouldn't be an Unitarian. It would be like probably a spirit like that probably was a little bit high raised, and
a high
just
raise? Yeah, yeah.
yeah, but not it would not be an Unitarian. Or it could even be an ancestor. Okay, that
Uh-huh.
that was just still hovering around trying to protect you for a period of time, because you do have ancestors that still stay behind. Like
Hmm.
they might have take, like for example, when you were growing up, you probably had one of the family members who eventually died, but they liked you, or they show interest, so they decide to stay around. So they might be like, even in the apartment buildings or the houses we live, we have spirits that still stays, and we cannot see them physically, but they exist right there. They're right
Uh-huh.
there. You know, Wapsi actually fully explains how these houses are haunted. You know,
Hmm. Hmm.
now they there's some of, if you go back to history, some of these expressways or all these roadways that we pass used to be a cemetery, burial grounds. As time
Uh-huh.
comes and they converted them to, like, roadway, expressway. So if you go down the road, let's say 100 or 200 years ago, that was not an expressway. It was a burial ground. So you still have spirits lingering around.
Huh.
So
Huh.
right, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, that sometimes when you with your cell phone and then you pass a particular area, you get a dead zone, and then you go to another area and then you got a signal. You're like, what just happened? you know that right there, because I experienced this a lot. Like uh one day I was going to start in Ireland, and for that period of on the expressway there was no signal, and then when we finally got off there was a signal. I was like, that is very, very weird, because, Verizon, Metro PCS, Sprint
Hmm.
claim they
Hmm.
have a tower in this area,
Hmm.
you know.
Hmm.
So when I did the research, come to find out that used to be a burial ground where when the soldiers come and they die, they bury
Ah.
them there. I was like,
Ah.
oh, yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, there's so much, and what OAPSI does now is it helps me understand all these things that happens in our daily lives now. When you're going around and you're in the car, or you're going to work, or you're talking to
Uh-huh.
somebody at work, or you're interacting with somebody, it's just the spiritual book that we read today is just explaining stuff that we go through on a daily basis, and it's confirming everything that I see or hear or we talk about on a daily basis. That
Hmm.
book right there, brother, is a confirmation book.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well,
You know what I mean?
you taught me a lesson tonight, man. One of the things that you taught me is I have to and I have to I have to strengthen, I have to increase my, you talked about your desire to know that got my attention. Said that you were emailing Selah Shalom 100 times a day, and
Oh yeah.
just really see that show. You had an eagerness that when I came into the OASPE about a year ago, I didn't have that. I'm kind of convicted by your example. I mean, I've been around the block. I mean, spiritually, you know, and I did not show that type of. It makes me wonder about myself because I didn't have that level eagerness that you seem to have had, but I had a great deal of desire to read. I mean, when I got into the OAHSPE, I I became a changed man in the sense that I could clearly hear it, what it was talking about, but not meaning that I could decipher it the way you more enlightened brethren can. I'm still at that stage right now where I I I get a kick out of this, but the glory of spirituality that I want to share with you is that you have a level, you're like on a level that I think you can only get to when you invest yourself fully.
Right.
It's a beautiful thing to me, man. And I feel like I gotta put in my time, you know, to where then where I can see beneath the surface and between the lines, and the subjective messages that are coming out of this reading. I'm willing to put in the time. I'm willing to wait. I would do that. It's just
Yeah.
that right now I keep jumping from verse to verse because I get a kick out of it. But what you're saying is you got to. I remember my mom always saying, "Kurt, now you got to slow down. You got to slow down now." And it's like the same thing coming from you to where you gotta exercise discipline, man.
Yeah, because
You got to discipline yourself.
I didn't just start posting video right away. It took like probably 3 years. So like I started it.
Wow.
Yes, I didn't just immediately like after reading the apps, to finish reading and they just jump
Uh
and start posting
huh.
video. No, 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 no.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
was reading on the back end, studying it,
Yeah.
understanding
Yeah.
it, and then the more you read it, the more you
Uh
get
huh.
inspired
Uh
by
huh. Uh
the
huh.
host of angels from heaven. You get, the more you read it, then
Uh huh.
then you get more inspiration on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
See, I have to respect that, man. I gotta respect that because I've been doing videos since 2009, 2010, when I
right.
was a Christian, when I was a Hebrew Israelite, when I was into the Nag Hammadi, when I was into the Third Testament, and then finally the OAHSPE. And the explosion was when the OAHSPE just put all of that to it. Let me see, what's a good word for it? Exposed everything.
Why?
It was an explosion for me, right? That's why I blasted off,
Yeah.
and I mean, I got busy right away, because the the learning that I got after being through, see, the creator, he had me go, he really put me through the ringer, man. Oh man, you know, don't get me started, man. I've got like 10 books I've written. you know? I mean, and most of it was under deception. That's why I never pushed my books.
But brother,
Because
that's a good thing though. So that's a good thing.
what is a good thing?
So what you're doing and what you did is a good thing. So you see, look, okay. So you have to be Satan first before you become a god.
You have to be what?
You have to be a Satan first before you become a god.
Okay,
So
okay.
so
Yeah.
what you're experiencing is okay because you're starting from, understanding the bad book, the evil book, the
Hmm.
falsehood books, and then now you're
Hmm.
rising to the spiritual book now. So that's
Hmm.
a good
Yeah.
thing.
Mm,
So,
yeah.
that's like elevation. You're rising. That's what you're doing. You're
Hmm.
actually rising.
Hmm. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I appreciate, man. We each have taken our own paths. You know what I mean?
Right.
We're not cookie cutters, man. I've had to be beaten up.
Yeah.
You had to be beaten up. You got to be. You know, it- I you I see the creator in um the path that it's a wise path to me because you need to have endurance. You need endurance, and it seems like the only way that like do you remember in the OAHSPE where the creator said he made our lives like a mountain? You remember that part
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
where he said our lives he made it on purpose like a mountain, you know, and not everybody can dedicate enough to keep every day climbing that mountain. You have to exercise some proactivity. You have to have a modicum of endurance, and the creator really tests you. He really
Right.
does do that, man. You know, and the objective is to stay with it. That's
Right.
the only. I think what I'm saying is that I like to I I I didn't appreciate being beaten up at the time, but now the creator is showing me the fruits of it to be able to stay with it. Nobody watches his channel. It doesn't really. But I know it's supposed, like you were saying earlier, it's supposed to be that way.
Yeah. So don't even
It's
go to
supposed to be
yourself.
that way. And
Correct.
so but the creators prepared me to be able to endure that, not try to seek self glory,
Correct.
not try
Exactly.
to, not try to be number one. And I don't want that, but
Right.
this is the best time of my life, man.
So
It's the,
I want to leave you with sorry for cutting you off. I want to leave you with
oh, that's right.
one nice uh part before I go to sleep.
Okay.
Uh and that this particular chapter, it
Uh-huh.
actually this was a motivation for me. Uh and this
In what way? In what way?
so when you're seeking for information you don't get it,
Uh-huh.
right? you,
Yeah.
you gotta go grab that information yourself. And what amazes me about this chapter was that this was actually God talking. And when I saw that, I was like, where, what, he said this? And I was like, if God can say this, then who am I not to? Then I gotta go. I have to grab the information myself, and I have to mount myself. It was a wonderful. I'm trying to get the page for you, but if you cannot get, I
Okay.
can give you the actual verse. Just 1 minute. It is the okay. Actually, let me do it this way. Then I'll give you the actual verse because I'm on my computer real quick.
Okay.
All right, so it will be on your page. This will be what is it? Page 1361.
1361. Okay. 1361. 1361.
And I'll leave you with this. This was when I read this. Yeah, 35
Okay.
CC1. Just listen to that. No, no, no. Go back. Go back up.
One.
Yeah, the very first
Okay.
of verse 1. Yeah, right there. Chamber of prophecy. You see that?
God said, before learning to approach the foot of the throne, what profit is it to show them the way to mount upon the throne itself? He said, what profit is it to show them the way to mount upon it? It would be every prophet in the world, wouldn't it?
No,
He
no.
said,
Just read on. This
or,
applies to anybody.
okay,
Just read
God
on.
said, God said, before learning to approach the foot of the throne, what profit is it to show when the way to mount the To mount the wait a minute. Okay, well, it's coming to me. Okay. God said, before learning to approach the foot of the throne, what profit is it to show them the way to mount upon the throne itself? Is this saying like, why? Is this saying like, unless you learn to crawl, you can't walk?
Right, exactly. So preserve therefore the secrets of prophecy for those who apply themselves to keeping Jehovah. Those who have attained the full condemns to find a way to the mount upon it. So the better way to explain this is like the third eye, right? So a lot of people are trying to open the third eye, right? So what's the point of opening the third eye where you cannot,
Ah,
you know? Another way of
yes, sir.
explaining this is, yeah, like you've got, let's say, people okay, the American system say you got to go pre from grade 1, 2, 3,
Uh-huh.
4, right?
Uh-huh.
And then
Uh-huh.
you want to go jump to grade 12.
Yeah.
You got to go to grade. So if you cannot go from grade 1 to 2, you will not be shown the grade 12 level. So this when I read this, I say, you know what? I'm going to study the OAPC continuously and not depend on anybody. And that's
Uh-huh.
when I saw that website you posted today. That's why I didn't query it that much, because the guy dedicated his time to summarize what he has read, whether
Yeah.
he was
Yeah.
wrong or not. The guy took
Uh-huh.
effort and said, "You know what? I
Uh-huh.
finished reading it. This is what I believe
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
understood to what the book
Yeah.
was." So
Well,
that's
he
why.
did a great work, man. I mean,
Yeah, he did.
the way he did make some mistakes. Some of the
Correct.
language he used, it was problematic. But the thing I really, really appreciate is one of the things in particular is he said, okay, the god of Apollo, his thing was this, beautifying the mortals. Okay. And then the god of Thor's thing was returning the people to spirituality. Okay. And then he said, Osiris, to summarize Osiris, he brought people into the earthly knowledge, sun, moon, and stars. And
Right.
even see that little bit, man, I learned that in like a couple of seconds when I was reading this stuff.
Mhm.
And the summary, and he summarized the timelines. It was so much of a blessing. I mean, because now I understand that the earth was so many years old, millions of years old before it reached the time of I think it's
Seymour.
Simu, yeah, and then Cephas, and then that brought us all the way up to Cosmin, and that I it blessed my soul because it helped me to, you know what I mean, to break down a large part of the OAHSPE. So now when if I read about this God, I can try to find out, okay, was he trying to swing us back to the spirit? Was he trying to swing us back to the corporal knowledge? You see? I
Mhm.
and the guy also helped me to see that the whole agenda is for a man to balance himself, balance the corporal, balance the spiritual. That's what the whole thing has been about. We're in the cosmic age right now where evidently the fruit of generations past is going to benefit us to the highest level we've been, to where we can apply corporeal and spiritual knowledge together. And right now we're in I learned all this just from a brief, I gobbled it up, you know, and that's it. Just, I mean, it just expanded it just greatly, man. It was so much of and I could tell he had to spend time before he
Mhm.
got to this level to be able to summarize the OASP like that, because it takes insight what he came up with, or whoever it was, he or she,
Right.
and
So
you
and
know,
even at the end of the
and
day,
just like you talking about the angels taking on different forms, that
right.
type of learning, man, that takes insight, and you can't. It's just like the verse you got here, man. You know, you have to apply yourself first.
Yep.
And then will get you up on, not like I really care about the throne. I don't want to sound harsh, but you know what I mean, right? You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
but I if you have the eagerness, is saying here, you'll get to that will elevate you. That sounds like that's what this is saying right here. I love that. If you exercise the eagerness, then that will bring you further than you ever imagined that you could go. It's what this sounds like here, just to summarize it, you know.
Right. So
You
another
know,
example is that
it says, preserve therefore the secrets of prophecy for those who apply themselves to keeping Jehovah's commandments. Apply yourself to keeping his commandments. Let me ask you this before you go real quick, bro. How do
yeah,
you observe the changes of the moon?
I don't.
Why not?
Uh, some people do, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I personally just don't. I don't even observe it because when you read OAPSE, there are two verses that kind of like conflict each other about it, and
Uh,
that's why
uh-huh.
I don't, uh,
Mm-hmm.
do that because I know the moon generally is one standard, so that's the only thing that somebody can observe accurately. But you gotta be a genius to really understand that stuff. So since I don't, I've not even reached that level yet, so that's why I don't even bother wasting my time trying to observe the moon. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
then when you try to look at what OAPSE say, there are two conflicting verses about it. So I don't even waste my time because see, think about it this way. So I look at it. So what is that going to benefit me though? How is that going to benefit me?
Yeah, well, that's a valid question. I'm just simply because it's mentioned. And
Yeah,
one of the, is what gets my attention. How it talks about observing the changes of the moon.
yeah. It talks about it, but when you read it, also it says the angels come commune with you about it. They commune with you during that time too.
Uh-huh.
So
Uh-huh.
if you don't have a group of people doing it, it's pointless. Only you cannot just do that on your own. While some people might,
Oh.
you see what I'm saying? Why some people might disagree with what I just said, but think about
Uh-huh.
it. If to observe the moon, the angels need to come commune with me. What's the point of the observing it? What benefit is it to me? It doesn't. It's not going
Mm-hmm.
to benefit me in any way. Right
Mm-hmm.
now, in this current era, in this world we're in, you know, you got to
Mm-hmm.
wake up in the morning. You got to go to work. You got to come back. You got to take care of the kids, and then I gotta go outside and go observe the moon. I want to find out, what is the moon cycle next month, in the month of August, in the month of February. Nah,
uh, why don't you just use the
maybe
internet? You just use the internet. Let them tell you.
right, but the internet can be wrong. Remember, they getting that information from the satellite, right? So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
well, the only time I feel like I can start observing the moon, maybe if I'm in a community or
Mm-hmm.
in a city or a town with a group of faiths. And
Mm-hmm.
then
Mm-hmm.
I can say, okay, then maybe we should observe this. But just me
Mm-hmm.
alone, I don't see the benefit. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so it's not gonna benefit me in any way. That's
I
why I
see.
personally don't do it.
Well, I appreciate your honesty,
Yeah.
and man, I wish you would come on more, homie.
So no,
You
I
know?
try to come on. What happens is like I was telling you that my kids need to go to bed first.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
usually like
yeah.
I think the last time I was on your show, I was saying give me 40 minutes. So I think you weren't looking at it, but brother Dara came on. So you
Uh-huh.
probably weren't looking at the comments. And I was
Uh
saying give me 40 minutes, but by the
yeah,
time,
yeah, yeah. I remember I
uh,
saw that.
and then you already clocked out. It's just that I have to
Oh
get
yeah,
used
that's
to
right. I
that.
did.
Yeah, I got
Well,
little
you
kids. That's the issue.
you can see, man, that when you brothers come on like that, everybody benefits, man.
Of
I
course,
mean, this is to hear. That's my dream. My dream, even if brothers disagree with one another, as long as they can do it respectfully with dignity with one another, and you
correct.
know, My dream is to get us on, man, as many brethren that I can, and let's at least just talk to one another. And the
Hmm.
wisdom that you brethren show is priceless, man. It's priceless, man. So I just want to encourage you, bro. Thanks for coming on. I really
No problem,
appreciate.
brother.
You know,
No problem.
do you got it before you go? Do you got anything in the works?
So like on the back end, I'm researching. You probably know this already. I mentioned a couple of times before. I'm still researching my dream video to finally decode that the ancient Israel was in South Africa. So I'm on the last phase on that right now. When that
Uh-huh.
come out, trust me, all these
You
people
mean
that put their
the
books on Amazon,
Israelites? The
yes,
Israelites?
correct.
Okay.
When that come out, them people that put all those books on Amazon, they're gonna have to shut that book down.
Wait a minute, running by me again. You're going to show. You're coming out with a video that talk about the ancient Israel was in South Africa. You already did something like that, didn't you? I
Yes, I
saw it.
did. I did, but I need to show another one that proves without a shadow of a doubt
Uh
that
huh.
the distance between Israel and Egypt was nearby. So it,
Ah.
right. So what people are doing is that they there was this distance. So sometimes when you read the Christian Bible, you ponder something. It's like they'll say Mary or Joseph. He went to
Uh huh.
Egypt, and then the
Uh huh.
next day or in 2 days he came right back. Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
and then
That's
you
right.
start scratching your head like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was
That's a good point.
so you were like, wait, so it was a nearby territory, right? It was a nearby.
That's a good
So
point, man.
and this is what a lot of people don't when they start reading. So sometimes, don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against the Christian Bible, okay?
Yeah, I hear you. I
So
hear you. No, I do.
sometimes,
I do. I do. I do. I think it's valid. I mean,
right?
I think it's profitable for wisdom. I think the creator uses it to
Yeah,
glorify himself. I
you could
don't think I don't. I know it's not. He doesn't claim it, but
right.
he still uses it.
Yeah, you could take some golden nugget from that and get
Yeah,
some
you
insight
can.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and then and then there was a part in Matthew that talks about this town, Cape Town, Cape Town.
Oh.
Yes, Cape Town
Oh.
is still in South Africa.
Africa.
South Africa.
Africa.
Yeah,
Yes.
not Africa, South
South
Africa.
Africa.
Yeah,
Cape
it's
Town.
Cape Town. They mention it in Matthew, in the book of Matthew. Okay,
That must have been
so
that must have been like a mistake that got out,
no,
huh?
that was not a
No?
mistake. That was not a mistake. There's evidence that clearly proves that the ancient Israel was in South Africa,
Uh-huh.
Namibia,
Uh-huh.
South Africa. So if that's the case, then where was Egypt? And I have
Uh
evidence to
oh,
show.
that's the
Yeah,
yeah, that's pretty rock solid, bro. That's
yeah.
pretty
So
rock solid, bro.
I'm
You
trying
know?
to gather the information, and
Uh-huh. Uh
unfortunately, a lot of information
Hey bro,
has been
you
destroyed.
come out with that, you might have to go into hiding.
Well, look,
You had
I,
to go
I,
you had to go
I
into
already,
hiding, bro.
I already gave a snapshot of it already. Like, because see, you gotta understand, like during the ancient times, right? All this information along, they started destroying them, right? So, but
Uh
there's
uh
always that map, that ancient map. You see that information,
uh-huh.
like
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I prove from the video showing that OAPSE says that the Israelites were called Canaan, okay?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And you could only find that word Canaan in South Africa. And that exact word, that was one evidence, okay?
Mhm.
But I want to make it because I want to show that if this book of Matthew was talking about Cape Town, and sometimes Maria and Joseph, they said they walked to Egypt and then they came right back, brother. Like, come on. Was it the same Egypt? They said the Moses left, and then
Yeah,
they left, and then come on. So that means that Egypt they're talking about had to be right beside either
yeah,
Namibia,
yeah,
South
yeah.
Africa, or Botswana. Okay.
But Omia, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you the Bible now, man. It's low hanging fruit. It's
Yeah, I
low
know.
hanging.
I know.
It's low hanging fruit now, bro. I just put up on the screen. You ought to check this out, man. Right?
Okay.
This guy here, the fifth kind. The fifth kind. I've been getting looking at this, getting a lot of information from. It's got to the point I even just stopped watching them, man, because they just explode on the Bible, man.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
I'm
they tell.
subscribed to his channel.
Oh, okay. So you already
Yeah.
know then. Okay, good,
Oh,
good.
yeah.
They
I'm subscribed to his channel.
do you remember the story they told about the man, the demon possessed man of the Gergesenes? Do you remember that?
No, I didn't.
It will split your side, man. It's like I couldn't stop laughing, man, and I was like laughing at myself for believing such a thing and for not examining, what I was believing in, and they just, man, it's a shame what they are doing to the Bible. It's really a terrible thing, man. Scholars are just tearing it apart, man.
Yeah, but
And
when you read the OAPSE, it was foretold, and it was also mentioned that all these
yeah,
books are gonna be challenged, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
that's what's going on now. Everybody's challenging the
It's
book.
a terrible
And,
thing, man.
oh
It
yeah,
is a
it's even
terrible
worse.
thing.
The book of Genesis was another one that
Oh, please,
chapter
please,
one was just like, okay,
please,
forget about it.
please don't even get me started, man.
I
You
know.
know, I mean, the sad thing, man, is that I like, and I'm gonna let you go. I have relatives that are rock core Christians, and I got a cousin. I think you might have heard this. I got a cousin in jail right now, and I was trying to turn him on to at least trying to see the difference between the creator and God and that sort of thing. He said, "Man, whatever you do, don't ask me to stop praying to Jesus Christ."
Oh
And
boy.
that's the grip. That is the grip that the beast kingdom it has not only him but most of the world under. I'm telling you, man, this it's got a grip. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Not that you don't already know. You already know. So I'll let you go, bro. Much as I hate to, I really appreciate you coming on like this. I wish you would
I
come on the
I
channel
could
though.
I could come on Friday night, like because of course there's no work Saturday and Sunday, so like Friday night,
Right?
I can it's just that what happens is that I was telling you that you close your session like I think
Yeah.
10 p.m. Eastern time, so
Uh huh.
around
If
that
if nobody wants to come on, if nobody has any wants to come on or anything, then I'll shut it down. But if you can, I don't want to force you. Like you
No,
have.
no, no,
I just want to
brother.
let you know I
I don't mind
appreciate.
coming on, right? So it's just that it's the
Uh-huh.
timing. It's the timing. Like if
Right. I
the kids
see. Yeah.
if the kids don't go to sleep, I cannot, come on because what is gonna happen is you're gonna be hearing them in the background,
Oh
some
yeah. Yeah.
yeah, they're gonna be like,
I
Daddy, what are you doing? Can I see what you're doing? Who you talking to? This you know I've had this
yeah.
happen a little bit and I
I
have to go
understand.
on mute. Sometimes I'm doing my recording, right? And they'll see me doing the
Uh-huh.
recording of the video and they start asking me all these questions. So like, "Yo, who you recording? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Can we
Yeah.
talk?" I'm like, no, you cannot. you know.
Well, man, I hope you come across that story here on the fifth kind where they talk about the dead man of the Gadarenes, and they talk
Yes,
about
I'm
the
actually gonna go listen to him because I'm subscribed to his channel and whenever he posts a
uh
new video, he
I don't know where it's at, man, but it is
oh
so hilarious to hear them. It'll make you laugh. But all right.
he used to be a pastor. Like
Oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
yeah, he used to be like one of those I forgot what they call it, bishop or something like that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
He started seeing
With
things
the
in a
Vatican.
different. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you
Hmm.
started seeing different
He
things in the
he he
spirit.
was like some type of like some type of researcher or something. You know,
Yeah.
he would go through the to make sure that um for accuracy's sake, the different documents they used, and real high powered stuff. And so but he's really doing he's doing a job on the Bible now, man. I don't
Yeah, I
know
mean
what
the good
happened
news
to
is
him.
that everyone, like everybody's now we're waking up from this spiritual
Yeah,
bondage. That's the
yeah,
good news. Like people are questioning stuff, and
yeah.
brother, you should when you read the OAPSE, you should question it too. I question the OAPSE every
Oh
day.
yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
You see what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? Like
Uh-huh.
when I read it, I question it to make sure that this actually sink in, and if it
Uh-huh.
doesn't sink,
Uh-huh.
then
Yeah.
like when you remember that plate 36.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when you read that,
Yeah.
do you know that the second explanation to that sounds like reincarnation to me.
Wait a minute, run it. I remember. I'm trying to think. Plate
So
36. That's the one. That's the
right,
one where
when
we're
we
talking about different worlds.
yes, so
We
these
talk.
angels, right? They've
Uh-huh.
not finished. Let's say, okay, so we're in the time of I do so what that thing was really saying is that these angels who did not finish their labor, for example, in this heaven, right? And
Uh-huh.
then
Uh-huh.
this our world now got wiped out, right? So think
Mm-hmm.
about it though, right? So every year, or no, every day, spirits are born into heaven, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And in the period until this world gets destroyed, right, you're going to have some spirits that have not finished the labor. And they cannot go to Ethereal either, right? So where they're gonna
Uh-huh.
dump them? They're gonna dump them and put them in a new world so that they could go finish the labor. You
Mm.
know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
when I read
Mm-hmm.
that plate 36, another interpretation to me was this this looks like reincarnation to me.
Mhm, mhm,
you know,
mhm,
it
mhm,
sounded
mhm,
like reincarnation to me. I'm like, they didn't finish the labor. Okay, so then you now dump them in another world. Like like say for example, the new world is called Heaven X. You know,
mhm,
Planet X.
mhm,
So you
mhm,
now dump them in Planet X. That's what that verse was really saying, and that's what happened when our world was created. So those
mhm,
angels, came from another, and they just dumped them here, saying,
mm.
"Hey, come enjoy this new world." You know,
Isn't that something?
to
Isn't that
me,
interesting?
yeah, it's interesting, but I considered, so this is my interpretation. Another interpretation to me
Uh-huh,
was that so in the last garden, all these false gods, we have to populate this new planet, right?
uh-huh,
And my
uh-huh.
interpretation to me, this is my interpretation now, right? This
Yeah.
it's like a form of reincarnation, and then I also question myself: would they have knowledge or memories of ever existing in the atmospheric world? And then
Mm.
again, I started thinking, wait a minute. So, wait, this is like a recycling system. They're gonna, well, wait, so like Angel, like Osiris, Lomong, if he doesn't finish his labor, they're gonna dump Osiris and Lomong in another new world. That was what I started thinking about this play
That's the only
36.
that's the only logical conclusion though, ain't it?
I know it is, but that sounds. But think about it when somebody new into OAPSE reads that, you'll be like, wait,
Oh, yes.
you see what I'm
Yes, I
saying? They're like,
see. I see. Yeah.
what? You
Yeah.
telling me that? So Lumong in our world has enslaved Christianity. So now he was judged, and he was told until the lowest member that he deceived gets drafted to Ethereum, he will be able to now go to Ethereum, right? But
Mhm,
now look
mhm.
at the numbers of Christianity we have today in the
I
year 2025.
know.
We got billions, right? Now,
Billions, yes.
now in
Wow.
2048, the numbers are gonna increase. The numbers is not reducing.
Yeah, they still reaping a harvest.
Yeah. So So let's just say in 12, I'm just, this is just an example. In 12,000 years, if Lumong has not finished his labor to lifting up the lowest member he has deceived, what's going to happen to that guy? He's not going to go to interior, right? They're going to dump him into another world to go finish the labor. When I saw that play 36, I said,
I,
what?
I,
You kidding me?
man, as hard headed as mortals are, how's he ever going to get out of that?
Yeah, he's
How,
bound.
how, man, how are you ever going to get out of that, man? You know?
that that angel Lumong is bound for, like, I don't know, because think about this,
Good night, man.
like,
He's gonna after with every you're gonna have this Earth. It's gonna go through its cycle. It's 4 billion years. Then you got to go. You get put on another one. Another 4 billion years.
yeah,
Another 4 billion years. Good
yeah.
night, man.
What if what
It's-
if the brother doesn't finish his labor, and say, for example, by the time our world reaches, or like how the moon looks like now, right now, right?
uh-huh.
So
Uh-huh.
yeah, what if he doesn't? And then when the earth is about to be dissipated, the guy didn't finish his labor in it, sorry, in atmospheric heaven. Wait, he's not going to interior. Where you gonna dump him? They're gonna
Ugh.
dump him to another world that's being new created. Say, hey, go finish your labor over there, brother. You know. See, this play
Oh
36,
man.
brother. This play 36 is it's a study of its own.
Hey. What do you have? Do you know how to read the other tablets?
Which one?
The other tablet, like the Samoan tablet, the
Oh,
you know
um, so
the
so the seventh era fetus on YouTube did a fantastic, wonderful job
I know,
of.
but he didn't he it, it
You gotta go to this website.
he didn't do all of them though.
I know, but
I saw that, but
yeah, but
he
this I'm gonna post this website to you. This
oh
guy
oh
also did a
he did some
wonderful
more
job.
work on it.
No, no, not the seventh era fetus. This brother who designed his website,
Oh,
studyofoasis.com.
studyable, but you that's a paid site, ain't it?
Yeah, but so let me tell you the storyline about this
I
brother.
mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind
I
it,
know, but
but
originally, right, it wasn't a paid version. You could read for free. Something happened along the way. I don't know what happened. Then the brother started saying you gotta subscribe to my, this and so, and then you pay monthly, and then you get the information you're looking for.
uh-huh.
When you look, he has a lot. I'm
I
talking about
know, I
tons
know.
of. Yeah, he's off the shot with that. That, I mean, I'm talking about. When I saw his website one day, I was like, "What in the world? This guy
I
is on a
know.
different level."
I mean, I mean, that site, man, it's kind of like uh uh out of this world, you know?
He's probably chewing manna every day. This guy eats manna for the day, every day. Like, his information is beyond my imagination.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what
yeah,
in the
yeah,
world? Where did
yeah,
you get this from? How did
yeah.
you? How were you able to get this information?
How in the world did the guy do that,
Yeah,
man? He's
he
got to
must be.
give. He's got
Yeah,
to give, man.
he's chewing manna every day. He's eating manna for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
So he's got information. He did something on the tablets. It's
Yeah, he did
it's
a lot.
it's
Yeah,
yeah, man. It's scary looking at that site, man. It's just so depressing in the sense that, man, he seems to be so high level, man. That
No,
it's
he's
it's
forget about it. It's like he's in a different level. There's no way,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, when I like the one that baffled me was able to interpret the this chat called the what's the name of it, Aura something again. I forgot the name of it right now. The He was able, the Aura, I can't pronounce it. Nebula Gala. That chat, that there's this big thing that prophesies darkness and light for the next, I think
The
200 years.
Arachnabula. Arachne
Yes,
Bueller.
yes. He decoded it and explained it. I was like, what in the?
My goodness, man! And
Yes.
so you're subscribed to that, right?
No, I didn't subscribe to that.
You said, but you can read. You said you can read it for free.
I used to be able to read it for free until
No,
he.
you can't do that no more.
I
You
know
got.
until
He's
he.
got.
Yeah, until he
Oh,
created a
okay, okay.
subscription.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a. But I don't even think. Let me see. I don't know if that even works. Is the guy even still around?
Yeah, he's still around, but I don't because he updates
It's
the
it's a
information.
monthly pay site, right? Is it month? Now that I disagree with. The pay site kind of discourages me from
Me
but
too.
that
Me
that
too.
to me is kind of a I just see I can't I don't know what this I can't get
I
with
know.
that.
Me either.
It
But
kind of rubs you the wrong way, man. That you read the OAHSPE, you see the benevolence of it, and the creator lift, um, the how the creator is wanting us to elevate, and then we got a brother here who's obviously got a gift, but he wants to benefit and profit off of it, and that it just gets
yeah, I
it
know.
rubs me the wrong way, man.
At one point, I wanted to comment, but then I said, I looked at it in a different angle,
He
saying that,
probably has heard that before. He has.
yeah, of course, someone probably said something to him, saying, why ain't charging? But then
Yeah.
if you look on the top of the page, he did give a reason why. So
Yeah, I
I
saw.
didn't.
I
Right.
saw that. I couldn't buy it though, man. He talked about a fair exchange, and how he
Correct.
gives you this, and then you give him, and then it creates a balance. And
Yeah,
when you
I
get that much, when you get, when you get that much knowledge, man, guys can really twist things, and it discouraged me,
yeah.
because if money's got to be involved, then it also can. It just that's bad news right there to me. I love the fact that the brother seems to. I just found that troubling. I might
Well,
still try to go for it though. I might still try to go for it and see what I can see,
and
even if I have to pay for it.
right,
Then I
and
might go ahead and do it.
and it's up to you, right? So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
think about it this way, right? So look at it this way. We do criticize the government, saying that, well, why are they charging us for health insurance, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So
yeah.
but at the end of the day, it's our personal decision if you want to pay for it or not, right? So then
Right.
you
Yeah.
could heal yourself. You could heal yourself just using regular herbs. You pay for the herbs. Maybe you order them on Amazon, or you go to Sila Shalom website and order the herbs, right? And then
Uh huh.
you bypass the health insurance, right?
Right.
So and then you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a personal decision at the end of the day. Like, look at
Uh
what
huh. Uh huh.
it's like. What would you benefit from the website? It's a personal decision at the end of the day. But I personally,
Hmm.
when I saw that, I was a little bit troubled. But I bypassed
Yeah.
it and I
Yeah.
forgot about it. I didn't even subscribe to it. I said, you know what? I don't
Yeah.
need the
Yeah.
information that the information will come to you at the right time.
Yeah. 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 I was a little put off too, man.
Yeah, I know.
And
But
mm-hmm.
I was sitting down one day and I was just sitting down. I was like, okay, we see all this information about Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
We know left and right. What is
Mm-hmm.
peculiar and different that Owapsi says about it? That kind of like throws all this information they're throwing out on YouTube. You've got people that post up articles and say, ancient Israel dwell in South Africa, right? But
Mm-hmm.
what was different? What is the difference that OAPSI have to say about it? Whether the information was taken out from OAPSI or not, what can I get from it to showcase it? Right? So
Mm-hmm.
like I stopped going on the internet because I couldn't get the information. I said the information got to be in here somehow, and it,
Mm-hmm.
it dawned me that they did not use the same word that the internet was using. And that's information I gathered. And I went back on the website, started reading it all over again. I focused on Book of Extra.
Mm-hmm.
You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? Then I
Mm-hmm.
found it. I said, there you go. I said, ha ha, this is what I was looking for. Then I took that information and went back on the internet and I found it. I was like, there you go. So sometimes you don't have to go to this website. You could go to a different website, you know,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
and you get your
Uh-huh.
information. It might not be the exact word he uses, but you might get the information, and from there you could just, there's
Mm-hmm.
the Seventh Era website you could go to. They have a
Mm-hmm.
website.
Mm-hmm.
They have a
Mm-hmm.
fantastic website, right? So, and they're the one that launched the 2007 OAPSE version that we're reading right now.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Oh,
so,
Seventh Air did that?
oh yeah,
You
that
mean the PDF version?
yeah, that PDF. They have a book. They sell it on Amazon. It's two volumes, volume one and
Uh-huh.
volume two. They're the
Yeah,
one
I've
that
got that.
created it.
I've got that. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I've
So
got
that
those.
came from them. So, and they have a
Ah,
website.
so that's different than the blue book.
Yeah, that's different. The blue
Well,
book.
volume one and two. You say volume one and two is what? What is it like a easier read than the big blue book?
No, so think about it. The way the Seventh Era did their book was that by the time they get to the end of the page, the book couldn't contain one book, so they went to a second distance. But volume one and two is the full from when you read the PDF from the beginning to the end. So I guess their logic was that by the time you finish volume one, it couldn't contain the entire thing. The same thing goes to what had happened originally when John Nubo had launched the book originally. That book was not finished. He had to take some chapters and some books out in order to publish it just to look like the Christian Bible. So
Huh,
not all those books back then was published. He just
huh.
published the volume. Yeah, think about it. He goes to a printing press. I got this wonderful, wonderful website that I want to publish, and the people told him, hey, it's gonna cost you $700 to publish
Oh,
700 pages. And
uh
John Newbo went home, man. He started thinking about what am I going to get $700 for?
huh.
Is this publisher crazy? Like he's gonna be like what? So he goes back. Oh, okay. What if I want to print just 40 pages? And they say $30. You say okay, you got a deal. And then you see what I'm saying? So
So volume one and two is it's no different than the big blue book.
right. So but the blue book was published from a different publisher.
Well, the
The
Eloists, isn't it?
EOS. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Right.
So
That's then.
one and two is just for convenience sake, really. It's like
Correct.
and,
Yeah. So, but the PDF version is the same volume one and two.
uh
That
uh
that you can read. You
got
know.
you. Yeah, yeah, okay.
So you
So
see what I'm
it's
saying?
just
So
for convenience sake then, because it's you can't be carrying
correct. But
around
when
the big
you
blue book.
when you read the blue book, they took it from the original publication in the year, I believe that was 1881 and 1891 or something.
Uh-huh.
And like, cause John Nubo had to republish it again. Uh,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So and that's where they took theirs. So they took the original version. But when you read the 2007 by the 50s, seventh 50s era, there
Uh-huh.
are some verses. Uh, what they said there, you will not see it in the blue book.
Uh-huh.
When you
Uh,
read certain book of knowledge
yeah.
in the seventh era version, it does not exist in the blue book.
How do you like that?
Yeah. So,
I wonder why.
well, see, look, the book of knowledge was found later on. Okay, it wasn't.
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't in the original publication. So,
Oh, how do you like that?
right. So, so that triggered, and then there's this chapter somewhere in the book of Sappho where it says to look at the book of Japhet. The book of Japhet does not exist
Uh,
in
uh,
anywhere in OFC.
huh, huh.
So that tells you that
Maybe it's just in China then.
no, brother John Nubo either forgot to publish it or the publisher didn't publish it because it was too much money.
How do you like that?
what I'm saying? No, think about it. You want to publish a book
Oh,
tomorrow
wait a
with
minute. Wait,
Amazon.
what? Yeah, yeah. Wow, wow. I can't believe I said that, man. I'm up here talking about why isn't it in China? Because come on, man. That was way before.
Yeah, I know, but
You know.
think about it. You want to publish a book tomorrow, right? And you're telling the publisher that you're telling Amazon, hey, it's 50 pages, and Amazon tells you, hey, it's going to cost you this amount, right? And you're
Hmm.
gonna go
Hmm.
back and say, I think I need to revise.
Yeah, yeah,
I need to think about how many books is gonna go
yeah.
out.
I could
So
dig it. You know. I mean,
yeah,
ultimately, I think the creator. I think that the creator inspired what we got. You know what I mean? I mean,
correct.
what we got. I believe that we were supposed to have it. You know.
And which
So
is
I.
okay for this era. And it's
Yeah.
up to people. People get discouraged, right, when they
Uh-huh.
find out
Uh-huh.
about information like that. Say, oh, wait a minute, you mean he was hiding some certain book, just some book, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and and there's a brother on YouTube also. I forgot his name off it right now. He was publishing how he's the one that actually posted a video about unpublished book of OAHSPE, and he had one book called the Book of Prophets. Oh, I was like, what?
He had he had a book of the prophets.
He said there was a book of prophets that John Nouveau
Oh,
did not
by
publish.
New Bro that
Correct.
New Bro put out. Really?
No, no. He's saying John Nouveau didn't publish it. He has a
Oh,
fragments of it.
of the book of the prophets.
Correct. He has a fragments of it. So I think he published like
You mean
maybe.
Ezra's prophets? Ezra's?
No, no, no. It's just I have a PDF version of it, but I'll email it to you later on.
What? Who are the prophets? Who? New Bros prophets? What prophets?
No, it just talked about how prophet talks in general. Like, they would just say something.
What
And
during Cosmic? I mean, what based off of what? OASPE or?
yeah, well absolutely.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
this what
okay.
happened, right? So what I'm getting at is that there's certain book that wasn't published,
Uh huh.
and this guy was talking about it in his video. This was years back,
Uh huh. Uh huh. Did he bring anything out?
Yeah, he brought some stuff out.
I mean, is there some bombshell type of stuff information there? Or
Some good stuff.
oh yeah, you
Oh
remember
yeah,
anything?
he brought a lot of stuff out. I think the brother. He still goes. He comes up on YouTube and he interviews some faithist brothers sometimes and sisters. And
Uh huh.
he. I don't want to say he's a negative brother. I just think he's trying to say in plain English that perhaps he has some Masonic influence. You see what I'm saying?
Uh
Because what
huh.
they started saying that John Nouveau later on, or before, or perhaps it was published that he was a Mason. So this kind of like created a chain of stuff with this brother, and he just started talking about it. You got, I think you know the person. You probably have watched his video before.
Mhm. Mhm.
I don't
Mhm.
know.
Mhm.
He's on YouTube. I forgot
Mhm.
the guy's name. I think he's based in Japan. I think. Um, and he was talking about a couple of stuff, and sometimes I listen to him, and I just read. You know,
White dude.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. I think I know who he is. Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
you know, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I know
I
who
know
he
he's
is.
based in Japan. I forgot his name now, but
Uh huh. Yeah. I think I know who you're talking about.
yeah, he created some enlightenment with that, though. It was
He
interesting that
what?
he said that. He kind of like enlightened me when he was saying there was. I knew there was something missing in OAPSI, right? That it wasn't
Uh huh.
complete. I just
Uh
knew,
huh.
and then it actually clearly dawned me when I saw that verse in the book of Sapphire. It says, "See, book of Japhet." I'm like, what? Where's the book of Japhet? I was,
Uh huh. Uh huh.
that was interesting. I'm like, wait, the book of Japhet? What? Where is he at? So, you know,
So I
it's a
mean,
wonderful book
you
to read.
mean he was referring to the book of Japheth, but it wasn't in the
No, no,
OASPE.
yeah, it's not. It doesn't exist. The book does not exist. But when
Oh,
you
oh, okay. He brought it out that it doesn't exist.
correct, it probably existed, but they didn't publish it. So
Uh
that
huh.
means
Uh huh.
it lies in the mind of John Newbold
Oh,
before he
okay,
died.
okay,
So we
okay.
don't know if John Newbold hid it in a one of those chicken nugget box, and he hid it saying that maybe the daughter might inherit it or something, or he was gonna pass it along somebody. We don't know,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting to my mind says imagine what's in that book of Japhet. That's what rings in my mind every day. Like what's in that book? I'm interested to see that book or read that book.
Do
You
you
know,
think that it would enlighten us on like the future?
not the future, but I think it will decode or explain more about the symbols that you saw that you were trying to get on the
Ah,
tablet.
yes, boy, I tell you, man. Yeah,
Yes.
the
So
tablets and
yes, the tablets, and that's
yeah.
why and again
We,
I don't think I'm
I
wrong.
think the tablet they're going to be decoded, man. You know,
Right. So I think the
it
book of
ain't in there for
Japhet.
nothing.
Right. I think the book of Japhet had an explanation of it.
I think that the creator's gonna decode that.
Oh yeah, but it was already been decoded by that brother already in that
I
study
know,
of OASPE.
but we ain't got the information though.
I know. You
You
gotta pay for his
know?
information. You gotta pay for it.
Oh, he's got it, but
Of course
oh,
he
that
got it.
site. So that site is his site.
Yeah, that
That,
so
that
no,
study of
so
philosophy is that guy's site you talking about over in Japan.
no.
Oh, study of
The,
philosophy is not his site.
no,
Okay.
it's not his side. He
Oh, got you,
that
got you.
that white brother has a YouTube channel, but his study of
Oh, okay,
OASPE.
okay. Matter of fact, yeah. Come think of it, study of philosophy. It does show you a brother on the front, and
Exactly
it
right,
has
and
Snoop Dogg on the front, so
right,
more
and he
likely
has.
it's a bro.
I know for a fact that he has decoded those tablets. I also the
No, man, I don't get that. How do you keep that information back, man? How do you do that?
hey, mount to the throne. Remember that verse I showed you today?
Uh
You
huh.
gotta mount to the throne. You
So
gotta mount to the throne.
so he's got the yeah. That's a good point. You got me there. That's yeah. We have
That's why I'm
to
not bothered about it. Mount to the throne. Like, look,
yeah
brother, if you open your third eye, the
yeah.
OAPS says we could read the libraries of heaven.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the OASPE was the libraries of heaven, personally, or at
Yes,
least part of it.
but yes, but remember, we as humans, right? We're not discovering, or we've discovered that you know, it's not complete, right? So that
Yeah,
means
yeah, yeah,
there's
yeah.
some information that he did
Well,
not.
your third eye's got to be open to comprehend at least some of it, doesn't it?
Correct. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. So
So, can it be partially open and you get all the comprehension that you want? Your
if
third
that
eye?
thing is if that thing is partially open, you're not gonna get a lot of information. You know.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
It's
yeah.
like like someone who has a high issue, and then this doctor got to prescribe glasses for the person to wear, right? Right.
That's
Same
a good
concept.
analogy. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like that.
Same
Yeah.
concept. You know,
hmm
your third eye has to be balanced and open correctly, and then you get that
I hope
information.
Oh man, I hope I get there. I want to.
No,
I
we all
know.
gonna get
You know.
there. It's a baby step, brother. We all
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
get
yeah.
there. You
I
know.
seem to see that too, man. That you don't get to the throne like you said.
Wh-
You
When
know,
when
all of.
I read that verse, trust me, brother,
I
I
like
did
that.
not.
Yeah,
I At that point I was like, you know what? That's it. If God said
yeah.
this, oh, who am I to
See,
even?
you gotta love that, man, because it should say to you. So just set your heart to take your time
Yep.
and learn.
Right.
Just set your heart. Quit trying to be anxious and full of anxiety. Set your heart to learn, you know. And
Yeah,
I'm already on that path, man. I mean, I get impatient. I want to get it all at once. But
it,
I know I hear that voice saying, I keep hearing my mom saying, "Kurt, you got to slow down. You got to slow down."
yeah,
I see why she said that. I see why she said that now, although she was talking about something else back then. But I love the way life teaches that type of lesson. And Crater is like, he's saying the same thing. Look, you don't acquire all that you want right away. These people before you, they had to pay a price. You got
yeah,
to pay the price too. And that price involves a lot of it involves patience and perseverance and endurance and uh prayer, meditation. It involves all those things. You got to put in the time like they did. You can't
yeah,
jump you can't jump the line. Why do you want to jump the line, man?
yeah.
So
They, yeah. So
that's what that verse you showed me. That's what it says to me. And I really appreciate that, man.
and don't concern yourself if people don't comment on your Facebook page, on your
Oh
whatever.
yeah, yeah,
Don't,
yeah. So
you know,
it is vexing at times, man.
I,
I just wish people would. I just wish we were more lively. But I'm realizing now that I mean, what I do because I want to do it. I don't feel
exactly.
pressure. I don't do it because I'm pressured to do it, or you know what I mean. I do it because I love to do it. You
Why?
know.
And don't, so like, so there are stories of it in OAHSPE where, they had people who came to the gate of heaven and they were complaining to God that, this happened to them, this, that. And, and
I,
God was telling them, hey, look, if this don't work, go do another, go do something else. Go, like, why you guys here, complaining to me all day, and yeah, in my gates of heaven and talking, and when I read that storyline, trust me, I was like, yo, this is like,
Omia. Do you know
yeah,
I heard a story once. I heard
uh-huh.
uh you know who Kobe Bryant was, right?
Yeah, yeah, it was a basketball player.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I heard that there was another guy. His name is Lamar Odom. You ever heard of Lamar Odom?
No, I'm not sure.
Here, let me show you real quick on the
Sure, sure,
screen. I'm
sure.
gonna show you Lamar Odom. Now, Lamar Odom said that Kobe Bryant appeared. Now, he was a teammate of Kobe Bryant. Let me bring
Okay,
him up on screen. Okay, he said he was a team. Well, everybody knows he was a teammate of Kobe Bryant, right? And then when Kobe Bryant died, Lamar Bryant. Oh, matter of fact, it says it right here. He he said that Kobe Bryant. Um, Here he is,
oh,
right
I've
here.
seen
Let me
his
see.
face before.
Oh,
Yeah, I've seen his
here,
face.
look, see, look here.
Yeah.
See, it says Kobe came to Lamar in his dreams, and then check it out. Look what he said. The afterlife ain't what people make it out to be. How do you like that?
That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I
Isn't that
know who this. Yeah,
something?
yeah, I remember this guy. Yeah, I've seen his face before. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Yeah.
He told him the afterlife ain't what people make it out to be. What do you suppose he meant by that?
Yeah, some people think when they die they just go straight to, the
Right,
bliss
right,
of
right.
heaven. And some people think the perfect example for you to get a proper understanding of it is like, the Egyptians, right?
Hmm.
They mummified their body, right? And then after
Yeah,
death, before death, they put gold around them. They shower them with gold. They
yeah,
shower them
yeah.
with,
Thinking that
all
they're
this
gonna
kind of
come
stuff,
back. Yeah,
and they say they're gonna take that with it afterlife. And then when they get to the afterlife, where my gold at? Where's my money at?
yeah.
Like they're like, wait, I thought I just got buried. They buried me with a gold. Where's my
Uh,
gold?
uh,
Yeah, so that's what
uh.
he's talking about. And some people, and another example of what he's talking about by the afterlife is that, people think they after death they just go straight to the right side of God. That's another
Mhm,
example,
mhm,
and which
mhm,
is not, you know. So
mhm, mhm. Yeah, you know, I don't know, man. I just thought that it's pretty ominous. I believe that it's true. That
yeah,
he came back and told the brother, and the afterlife ain't what people make it out to be. And that sounds kind of ominous to me. Like, it's not what you had hoped for, is what that sound like. That's that type of statement. So I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that,
Yeah, but you see, another example you can look at is like, cause I was telling a brother about this too, like in the 1500s and the 1600s, right?
mm-hmm,
Uh,
mm-hmm,
'Cause when the yeah, so back then there was no such thing as Jesus, right? So people
mm-hmm,
were worshiping and calling the name of our Jesus. So when those
mm-hmm,
people die, they were not looking for Jesus. They were looking for our Jesus in heaven,
mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm,
now we'll fast forward to the year 2000 now. With the people that die now, they're going to be looking for Jesus because they changed that word, right? So when they
mm-hmm,
die, they're
mm-hmm.
looking for Jesus. They're not looking for Aisu. And then you get some people who have not fully understood that they're dead and they're still looking for Aisu. And you still meet them in heaven still looking for Aisu.
Wow. Isn't
Yeah,
that something?
it's crazy, right?
Imagine
Because
that.
yeah, and there's a verse in OAHSPE where they say even some people are still waiting for the trumpet of Gabriel,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
and
Uh-huh.
some people are still
Uh-huh.
sleeping, waiting for the trumpet of Gabriel.
But they, oh wow, man. No, I mean, from what I understood, that people, I mean, don't my question is, they do something, don't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, they do. Like,
Spirits?
yeah,
They
yeah.
don't
Some
just go. I mean, I don't know. See, this is where it trips me out in a sense, because, like, in one instance, it talks about the rich man. Remember the rich man?
yes,
He
yes, I
crosses
remember
over,
that story.
and he
Yes,
goes right back to the bank.
yeah, he wants his
You
money.
know, yeah. The farmer, they still on the farm.
Yeah,
And it just make you wonder, like, well, what, I mean, and then on the other hand, the it talks about you got to go through learning, you got to go through the first resurrection, and either the organic or inorganic, and you get the feeling that everybody goes somewhere, you know, and that they're not
eventually,
that,
eventually, those
that
people that have imaginary that they don't know if they're dead and they still like going back to the bank, eventually they're gonna have to get drafted, or they're gonna have to drive themselves into the organic heaven where they do the educational
uh-huh,
level, you understand?
uh-huh,
So but
uh-huh.
right now that example that Wapsi gives is telling you that this man has not accepted that he dead.
And so he's allowed to just be a wandering spirit.
Oh yeah, wonder for the next 1,000 years.
Isn't that something?
And now check this out, right? In the book of
Uh-huh.
Divinity, he actually talks about after some angels, right, have actually went
Mm-hmm.
through the educational steps, if they still do not believe or have faith in the creator, they are now given what they call, you could go ahead and do whatever you want, since they do not want to progress higher.
Yeah. After the learning they received, if they
Yes,
still don't come to faith, then they basically
right. Exactly. It's like you go to the,
they like,
they discharge you and say you're free to,
yeah,
yeah,
okay, go ahead, go then,
go, and then they let go. They're like, okay, go. It's just like in the military. They discharge you saying you don't want to continue. Okay, then they let you back in the city. So when I read that, I said, whoa, you know,
Ain't that something? But what if the creator? He also say you can, you could be dissolved.
wait, what do you mean dissolve though?
Yeah.
I know I read that part, but that didn't. What I
I
don't
mean,
think
am
it
I
gets
right? Am I
dissolved.
right, or am I understanding that right or
No,
wrong? I
I, I,
mean,
I you're
let,
talking
let,
about. I think
let,
that was Capilla that said that, right? That
let,
was
let me
Capilla.
let me let me see if I can find a verse where it talks about you. It's like you're dissolved. This crater can let you be dissolved.
Not
You
completely.
go out of existence or something.
I think
Here,
you're
let me
talking
see if I
about
can.
Capilla mentioned that. I think you probably. Let's go ahead.
Okay, let me see. It says something. Now look here. See? Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I remember Capilla saying that. But when you read it, he was talking to his father, the king, right?
Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
the man
yeah,
don't the
yeah.
man don't understand nothing. He gotta give him something to understand. The
Oh,
guy trying,
yes, you're right. Good point. Good point. Good point.
right?
Yep.
So
Yoko Vrana. Yoko
yeah,
Vrana. Yep. He was
the guy is like,
talking to Yoko Vrana,
yeah, he's like, oh,
and
what do you mean?
he just giving him something, you know?
He was giving him something okay, but to hold on to, because the man don't believe in all the
Yeah.
spirits, and he's like, what do you mean the
Yeah.
spirits are they're in the hair somewhere? They're in the sky. So
Yeah.
the guy
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
giving him. So I don't think so. I think the spirits in heaven, they do dissolve to darkness eventually, but I don't think they go out of being. Somebody's gonna,
Good
because
point.
it's
Good point. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So if
I'm glad you cleared that up because I forgot about that. He was talking to Yoko Vrana here.
Yeah, the guy
And he
says,
was
"What do
giving
you
him
mean?" Yeah, the
he
spirits
he
dwell in air. They
he
dwell in sky. What are you talking about? What do you mean the spirits
yeah,
dwell in what?
yeah.
You know,
Mm,
explain
yeah,
this
you
thing
right.
to me.
Yeah. 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 Thanks for clearing that up, brother. I really appreciate that. He was basically giving him something to hang on to,
Yeah, the guy's a
you know.
disbeliever. He don't believe. So it's like, okay, how do I explain this into this man that don't comprehend what I'm
Cause
talking
cause
about?
cause this king here, he said something pretty interesting too.
Oh yeah,
Remember he was
when I
talking
read
about
that
he
part,
remember
yeah,
he was talking down here. Look here. He said, I've killed many men in my day.
right.
Do you say I have sinned? Capilia said, inquired, see, he don't want to answer that. He said, I'm not your judge, nor any man's. The king asked, if a man is killed and his soul lives, then the killing amounts to little.
Yep.
He said, we put away the body, but the soul may come back and retaliate. Is that not so, Capilia? I know
He
he was
said
praying,
yes.
please say, I know he was thinking, please say no. Please say no. You know? And it said the king reflected a while, and then he asked, my son, can the spirits of those we have slain catch us in heaven and injure us? And Capilia said, yep.
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 They'll gang
Yep.
up on him.
Yep. 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 O king. He said, yep. The king said, and they have been, he said, and then look at the king's thinking. He says, and they have been, and they having been in heaven first would have the advantage in battle. And if they go in gangs and have a leader, Beelzebub, they might do great hurt.
Yep.
He's strategizing even before, I mean, you know, his ability to strategize where he very well may be going is amazing to me, you know. Maybe me and only me, but he says, no, oh Capelia, I have a great, so he goes on there and he acknowledges Capelia, but he 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 knows that he's condemned, but then Capelia, he seems to absolve him though, you know, if you
Yeah,
read
but
this account, which is I
he's
thought is
still,
interesting.
yeah, he's gonna be, he's bound. He's bound. There's a verse in, I
Mm-hmm.
think, in the book of Ezra, how spirits who are so those kings, when you have slaves and you have all these subjects, you're bound to those
Mm-hmm.
subjects.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so a lot of
Mm-hmm.
those people, this was a good storyline. I love the
Mm-hmm.
way OAHSPE captured this information.
Yeah.
Actually, I love this. This was a wonderful one. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Oh, you see right there, verse 22. My slaves may have faith and
Ah, I
shall
was
be
looking at
kings.
the same. Yeah, my
Yeah,
slaves
there
have
you
faith that they will be kings, but they will wake up in their folly. A man may have faith that his soul will enter paradise, and he may wake up and find it was a mistake. Faith without guarantee is folly. Coppelius said, "A man of his own knowledge knows a thing, has the greatest of all wisdom. To be as you are a philosopher in time and death is evidence of a great soul. Few have attained to this." And so he sounds like he's trying to what that word is for alleviate the king.
Hmm.
You know, the king said, "Compare to you," and then Coppelius says, "Because you gave me great learning and a father's kingly care," and he seems to have absolved the king right here. You know, but I don't even know how we got on this, but
Yeah, we were talking about spirits when they get dissipated or something, which I
oh
think. Yeah.
yeah. Because earlier Coppelia he said that they just dissolved, and that naturally led the king to wonder if he was going to escape all the killing that he had done.
Right. Right.
And Coppelia said, "Well, the spirits they dissolve," and so that's where I got that from. But yeah, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's
Mm.
um and it don't sound when you think of it, it don't sound like the creator. Like, oh, I made a mistake. I got to just erase them. I got to delete them. You know. And
Right.
I remember reading the Third Testament where the the entity, the Jesus Christ of the Third Testament said, if God lost anything, he wouldn't be God. You know. And so that made sense to me, you know, like, yeah, I
Right.
mean, I don't believe in the Jesus Christ of the New Testament, you know, but that was wisdom to me. That wouldn't be God. I mean, that wouldn't be the creator. And then you read the OAHSPE and you get the same flavor. The creator doesn't lose anybody. All men resurrect. So, I mean,
Right.
correct me.
Yeah, it's just the time. So, for
Yeah,
example,
yeah,
a perfect way to explain this is that I've got a Ferrari, right? And
uh-huh,
you've got a Nissan Maxima 96, right? And they're
uh-huh.
telling us that, hey, we got to drive to California from New York, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I know where you're going.
yeah. So the guy with the Ferrari
Yeah.
will get there first, right? And then you get there later
Huh?
on. But that doesn't mean you don't get to your destination, right? You're still gonna get to
Uh,
California. It might be a little bit longer, right?
uh-huh,
So,
uh-huh.
so all of us in this world, even in heaven right now, we're gonna get to the position
Good
where,
point. Yeah, that's a
right,
good
we're gonna
point. I
get
like that.
drafted. Eventually, start rising from first heaven, second heaven, third heaven, and interior. It
Do
might
you
take
do you
one
really
thousand
think it's
years.
do you
Hmm?
do you
Go ahead.
think that it's going to be that long? A
Bro,
thousand years before you get out of your mind?
yeah, did you read the book of
Wow.
Divinity?
I mean, do you mean like Earth years? Earth years?
It'll
Earth?
probably be, yeah. See, look, if you do the calculation in the book of Divinity, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, it's the equivalent of that first heaven education and second heaven education. They're like equivalent of about
Oh
one
yeah.
thousand years.
That's
So
right. Yeah.
I have it on Excel, yeah, because I remember doing a video about it, and I had to do the calculation, and I was like, "What in the world? Like, are you serious? I got to do this?" So this is why a lot of people backslide, or should I say they fall, they become fallen angels. They say like, man, think about it. It's like you got to go to grade one, two, three, four. That's 12 years, right?
Yeah.
And some
Uh-huh.
people, when they get to grade 10, they're like, yo, man, forget this, man. I'm going to go do GED. I get me my diploma. It's equivalent of a high school diploma, you know? So I did a video about that, and I'm going to pull up the equivalent of it, right? So when you read that verse, you're like, wait, we got to go through all of this? That's a lot of years. And some people don't want to go through that. They're like,
But you know
let me give
what?
you a breakdown. Right. Go ahead.
But don't you think I see, don't you think it would be different in the spiritual? Don't you isn't the spiritual more glorious than the earthly?
It probably is, but some people don't look. Imagine they're telling me I gotta build judgment seat and throne for 18 years, and then They said enter school of light and darkness for 70 years. And then I gotta be an atmosphere earth traveler for 50 years. Now, when you do the calculation of this entire forced reservation education, that's 372 years, right? And then
Mhm.
and when I go to second reservation education, I
Well,
gotta be an apprentice. Yeah.
I heard like I remember hearing like it took like what 1,000 something years to get finished with first resurrection training. Am
No,
I
so
mistaken?
no, so for first reservation training is about 372.
Okay, that sounds familiar. 300 and
Yeah,
something.
and then
But
for
but but
second reservation, go ahead.
yeah,
It,
I heard 1,000 in there somewhere.
yeah, yeah. So
Right.
372 plus 699, you get about 1,000. But now, yes, yes, something though. When you read the last verse, you become a lord. But the book of divinity does not tell you how long you serve as a lord. 'Cause that's another
Oh
thing.
yeah, 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 yeah,
For martial, you serve for
That's just to
200
become a
years.
lord.
Right. When you become a lord, it doesn't tell you the length of years.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You know.
Uh-huh.
So, but think about it, and that's why the book of divinity says, "Hey, if they don't continue to believe in the faith of they don't have faith in the Creator,
Come a
just
wandering spirit.
yeah, let them go, let them
Let him go.
discharge them, just let them go." And and they now finally say, "This is why you start having your fallen angels. You have the false gods who create heavenly
Ah,
kingdom
they
in
give up. They give
atmosphere."
up.
Yeah,
They give up ascending. They don't want to ascend anymore.
yeah, they don't want to send no more. They backslide. Like the Christian would say, you become a backslider.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
backslide.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know.
Wow. Isn't that something? Isn't that something, man? But you gotta I just gotta think, man, that I just gotta think that it's gotta be it how can you desire to well, I the fact that it happens is intriguing to me. I think about the spiritual, it's more glorious than the earthly. You're not in the body anymore. You're not dealing with the pains and the afflictions of the body weighing you down. It's not getting older. You're
Yeah,
in a more glorious
you know why you
place.
backslide? You know why you backslide? Because there's a chapter where the Creator says you get tested, so they pour down substances like at AGI or something,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that
yeah.
turns
Oh,
to
that's a good
darkness.
point.
And then
Yeah,
you become now
yeah, that's a good point. I forgot
like
about that. The
right,
Gia and the Agi.
yeah, correct.
Yeah,
And then during that time is
it
when
comes to them before
that
it comes to us.
right. And then equivalent of it over here is for us like when they say there's gonna have hurricane, right? So you're like you gotta prepare yourself uh, to either evacuate the city or move to another city, and then or they're gonna tell you you're gonna have 16 inches of snow, and this area,
Mhm.
you gotta prepare yourself. How do you go
Yeah,
to
that's a good point.
right? So, and that's why people they fall into deep, right?
That's pretty
And then
good. That's pretty good, man. AG and
yeah,
Gia, that falls in the atmosphere too.
correct. And when that fall, and then people start falling into disbelief and stuff like that, and then
Wow,
that's where
man.
you get that. Yeah, but
That's
to be
pretty
honest with
sobering
you,
stuff, you know.
yeah, to be honest with you, me as a spirit in heaven, I'm reading this stuff, and some angels are telling me I have to be a craftsman for 7 years. I gotta be a nurse assistant to an nurse for 3 years, an assistant to a physician for 10 years, a nurse for 10 years, a physician for 50 years, interfactor for 12 years. Wait, I gotta do this for 400 years? Are you kidding me? I need a shortcut here. you know,
I just hope, man. I just hope. I mean, it can't be like down here, you know. It just can't be, man, because you can. I mean, the drudgery of earth life and working, man. That's one of the things I'm so glad of is I don't have to get up and go to work. If I couldn't stand it here on earth, man, how am I gonna? I mean, I just look at the spiritual. It's got to be better, man. Some type of way to, the 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 drudgery of the earth. I mean, that one map, that helps me a little bit, where it shows you the earth, and then it shows you the first resurrection, and
Yeah.
the first realm, and the second realm, and the third realm. As it gets higher, seems like it gets a little more glorious, a little better. There's less density. So that's one encouraging thing,
Right. Right.
that we got to look at the encouragement side, man, of the ascension and the spiritual.
Yeah, but
You know,
I'll be honest with you. Me as a spirit, right? I mean, I would love to be in that educational system, but then again, when you think about it, wait, I'm gonna be stuck in this system for like this lot of years. Are you kidding me?
it's got to be. I mean, do you think about things like, okay, if we got to go to school, is it like Earth life, where we go home and then we go to school? You know what I mean? Do you ever
Yeah,
wonder about things like
yeah,
that?
yeah.
You know?
So you gotta go back to the heaven portion where where you're supposed to. Yeah, it's
I mean,
remember.
according to do you go like according to your elevation? Let's say that grade 53, and they live over here, and then grade 50,
Right.
60, they live over here. So
Yes.
it's kind of like, when you're growing up, and you grew up in the ghetto, and then the suburbs, and then the mountains, and they all go to the same schools. You figure it's probably like that somehow, where you go
So
according to your grade, maybe
that's
you
another
you
thing we need
you
to read, right? Is the grade level, right?
uh
So
uh
uh,
uh
that part we need to read that.
I
I
wonder,
haven't read it.
is it like that? Do you think, I mean, do you wonder, like,
Yeah, so
you
you
know
get, like when you saw that thing that you were showing me where it was talking about first and second level. So each
uh-huh.
steps there are grades. There's you start
Yeah,
moving up
yeah,
and yeah,
yeah.
it's the same
I
thing.
wonder how that benefits you in the spiritual, though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the Ashars, they come, they get you, and they hand you over to the ASAPs. The ASAPs situate you, and you get the feeling now. Okay, you got the weekend off, but Monday you're going to start school, and then they show you where you live according to your spiritual grade, and either you live in a
Yeah.
nice part of the city, or according to your spiritual grade, you live in the slums, or
You
is
know
that
what I
how?
actually wish for though, to be honest, is that someone
Yeah.
who was in heaven be able to
Uh-huh.
come back and interpret what's going on right now. That's what I
Oh,
would.
that would be some. But you know what? The effect of even that would probably only last a couple of weeks if somebody were to come back and get on national TV. No, well, maybe a little longer than that, But I think we have enough of a. I think that we got enough information, man, to know that the higher your spiritual grade, the better it will be for your being born into the spirit. Would you not agree?
Yeah, I
The
do
higher,
agree. Yeah,
the
right.
higher your spirit, you
Of
know,
course, yeah, and
I
that's how you get drafted to the plateau of
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So I agree
yeah,
with
yeah,
that.
yeah. Man, it's been man. Oh wow, brother, it's a real blast talking to you, man.
Same here, same
I
here.
really enjoy. I just love this conversation, man.
Yeah, we should have that once in a while. You know what?
Hey,
Like
hey, I'm
when
right
we
here, brother. I'm right here. I'm ready.
yeah, but
All you gotta do is bring the green tea. That's all you
I
gotta do.
but you know who does the
Or
show
the
most of the
cinnamon
time?
tea. The cinnamon tea.
Oh, I ran out. I ran out. I think I don't- I ran out. You know who does the show most of the time is Sila Shalom. He does that show every time. Sometimes I think he does it like once a week. Cause last week he was on. I was like, whoa, he's always on.
Hmm.
You know,
Hmm. Hmm.
it would be a good
Hmm.
thing one of these days. Like everybody should just pop up on one show and then we'll talk about differences and question stuff. Like just like we're talking
Hmm.
about how is it in heaven when people die and then what happens to these people that claim they don't want to do the first resurrection education? Where do they go? Like do they come back or do they
I
come
know,
back?
man. I would really like to talk about that. I
But
mean,
there's
just
a
to
there's
speculate.
yeah, there's a perfect example, Opsy about that. The triad gods, right? So they used to
Yeah.
dwell in this part of plateau, right? So when they went to the gates of heaven to go complain that we Agi and the Hagi came upon us, we lost our heaven, we lost
Mm-hmm.
our we lost our host of angels, blah blah blah. So they when they came back, when they left the area, they did not return to the same area they were in heaven. They went to
Mm-hmm.
a different area,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? And then
Mm-hmm.
they sat and they were now talking and discussing among themselves how can
Mm-hmm.
they serve the Creator since they've lost their heavenly kingdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm.
three high raised angels said, you know what? We're gonna create the Holy Ghost.
Oh yeah, I remember that account.
Right. So remember, they never went back to their because they lost the heavenly kingdom. So they
Uh-huh.
went to a different plateau
Uh-huh.
in heaven,
Uh-huh.
and said, and they sat down and they were now communicating among each other, and they were like, oh yeah, we want to say. They came up with different versions of how they want to serve the Creator, and
Uh-huh.
they
Uh-huh.
came up with the
Uh-huh.
Holy Ghost concept, and
Mm-hmm.
three of them now said they now become Lord. And then they
Mm-hmm.
appointed marshals, they appointed angels, and then they created their own, heavenly kingdom, and they started
Mm-hmm.
off from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you get that. They did not return to the original heaven that they were because that was destroyed
Mm-hmm.
during
Mm-hmm.
Haggai and
Mm-hmm.
Haggai, and then
Mm-hmm.
they
Mm-hmm.
went to a different area, right? Now
Mm-hmm.
another
Mm-hmm.
example was when Gabriel broke free from Lumen, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
did not
Yeah.
create his heavenly kingdom in that area where Lumen was. He went to a
Right.
different area, completely a different plateau, and
Right. Right.
created his own heavenly kingdom in that area.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so I find the Holy Ghost concept as an interesting one too.
Mm-hmm.
Because when
Mm-hmm.
we were talking about these people were serving the Creator originally,
Mm-hmm.
and when they
Mm-hmm.
lost the heavenly kingdom due to storm, I mean
Mm-hmm.
rain, I think
Mm-hmm.
what's so funny is that Asia can be considered to be earthquake or something, right? In
Oh, can
heaven.
it? Can it? Can it?
That's the only explanation in our world is when
No,
we
I
have that
thought
storm.
but I thought that Gia was like the fevers, plagues, and AG was like wars,
No,
blood.
no,
You
no,
know,
no. No, no, it's AG and GI and those stuff are falling. It's like falling nebula. It's like
I know, but when it falls, but it brings things on Earth, right? It
yeah.
brings like events on Earth.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
AG,
yeah. I thought
AG,
you were yeah,
Gia,
yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah. Right.
uh,
Eh, We get
yeah,
inspiration from that, and then that's when
yeah,
some people, they
yeah,
probably create wars. That's
uh huh,
yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah. Well,
All
this
right,
is
brother.
exciting, man. This is really exciting. Boy, I would love to get this discussion going, man. Where,
Yeah. So
you know,
another day I'll pop up into the show, and
yeah,
we'll
man.
be
You know,
we'll
if we
yeah.
keep it up, then eventually, we'll get other brethren.
Right.
If we can be semi consistent, and
Mhm.
brethren, well, this channel, it'll turn into a dream where brethren they'll come on 10, 20, 30 brethren, all giving their understanding on, different subjects. That's my dream, man. It's gonna
I
happen
hear you.
too. See, and
Yeah.
this is a good example of what it can be. This is a blast, brother.
Yeah.
Talking with you is just I just feel really energized, bro. I really
Me
appreciate
too.
you coming on like this.
No problem.
Really, you
No
know.
problem.
I thank you for showing me that part about the angels. They can take on their surroundings,
Yeah,
you know?
they could even, there was an example that was mentioned how a particular angel was communicating with another angel,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
and they were not in the same ship. So it was like just like me in New York, and I'm talking to you, but
Mm-hmm.
in your head,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
right?
Telepathically.
Yeah, correct.
Telepathically.
Yeah, and when I
You,
read
you,
that,
you,
I
you,
said,
you
"What?"
you know what? Do you think that? See, do you think that that's coming back? Do you think that faithists are going to get power from on high to do these things, and then the world will see it, and then they will want to grab it. They will want to know about the creator. The creator seems to say that he's going to use faithists to make the world jealous. Remember, we talked
I
about the different professions that are going
yeah,
to drop their professions.
right,
And it's
right.
like, hey, we joining them. What are you talking about, man? They ain't got no king over there. They ain't got no government, they ain't got no buying or selling over there. You know, Joey's kingdom.
Eventually, we're gonna get there, but when we don't know
Good
because
point. Yeah.
yeah, because
Yeah.
you gotta look at the environment first, right? So
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
you really
Yeah.
look at it because the government, like I don't get
Uh-huh.
involved with what happens with the government, but it will take some time because I think one of the reasons that's why John Newbo's theory failed back in the days because he was
Uh-huh.
trying to create. So he moved to to an area where he wanted to create this Jehovah's kingdom on
Yeah.
earth,
Yeah.
and it kind of
Yeah.
failed because the question was how did you get the piece of land? You got it from the government.
Uh-huh. Oh,
See,
yeah.
we don't look at that, right? So
Uh-huh.
we
Uh-huh.
how did you get the piece of land? You bought it, but who gave you
Uh-huh.
that deeds? Who gave you
Uh-huh.
the certificate for
Uh-huh.
you owning
Uh-huh.
that land?
Uh-huh.
So these are the things that I was thinking about when I was reading the storyline about John Uber when it's what he was starting failed, right? But there
Uh-huh.
was there was
Uh-huh.
a heavy there's still a heavy influence of the government today.
Uh-huh.
So for
Uh-huh.
faith to have a community, it's come it's very challenging. I'm not saying it's not
Uh-huh.
possible, but it's a challenging thing.
Yeah.
It might be
Yeah.
in a
Yeah.
it could be in an area where there's not a lot of government, but in America, the government want to know what land you stay in and if
Mhm.
you actually
Mhm.
own it or not. You know, so
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
hopefully one day we get there, but
Yeah,
how we're gonna get there, I have no
I,
idea.
we will. It's going to be it's going to be interesting to see how the creator brings it about.
Hmm.
That's what we're pretty much waiting on. I can see. I mean, you can see the vibrations of it going on with the
Correct.
overlap. I think we still in the overlap from Cephas over in the Cosmin, and but I think that if you paying attention, you can see the dissolving of the current kingdom of man, and that's where you don't want to get me started because I'm always looking to see the nearness of the kingdom coming, kingdom on earth, and things like Cosmic Day and Faithus and power from on high. So anyway, bro, I man, truly, man, I'm gonna see if I
Uh,
can let you go this time.
no
It's
problem,
late
brother.
back there. It's
Right,
12
no,
something, and
yeah,
man, I just can't tell you enough, man, how much I appreciate you coming on
no
like
problem.
this. I love your shows too, man. I, I
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
gonna see if I have a time, try to do pop up. Just one I want to put up about the resume of angels.
uh-huh.
Like,
Oh, that sounds interesting.
oh, I
That's
mean, that 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 video I want to do, but there's just no time right now. But I have it under my
mm,
folder called unfinished lesson,
uh-huh.
and
Uh-huh.
I captured, the book of Lika, where
Mm-hmm.
this fantastic angel's resume. I mean, whew,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
oh, amazing! Like when I put that video up,
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy. Like when I was looking at this guy Lika has 159,000 years experience.
Good night, man. You figured that out?
Yeah, and Simta Amaj, who happened to be a female angel, she's got 364,000 experience.
Good night, man. Good
Fra-
grief. How did
Fraga Petty got 141,000 experience.
Oh wow, man. How did you figure that stuff out?
Well, so if you allow me to share my screen, right, I'll just show you a
Uh-huh.
screenshot of it on my computer, right? But
Oh,
it's
you
on.
want to do it right now? Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
Let's just do it
Yeah,
before,
absolutely, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's just do it real
Okay.
quick before, because we have the time now. Let's just. I don't know how to
Okay.
share. I never. Let me see. I think it's called present, right? So
Okay.
share screen. Let me see.
Oh
Screen.
man. Wow, man.
Yeah. So hold on.
How
I know, right? It's mind bugging, right?
yeah.
So can
Ye-
you see it?
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Right. So look at this. This Fragapeti, right?
Yeah.
All right. So this guy was an Orion chief and Guta for 1,000 years, right? God of Varia or God of blah 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 and Dow for 30,000 years, right? Survey of Gives and
Oh, wait a
Rome.
minute. You know what? Something's wrong, man. I can't hardly see. I
Wait.
can't. Let me see.
Oh,
Oh,
so
okay. Yeah, I can see it now. I
you
I,
can
I had to
see?
maximize the screen.
Oh, okay. So hold on a minute. Let me
So
go
are you
back.
saying that Fraggle Patty was all these? No, it's good. I can see.
Oh, you
Okay,
can see?
that's even
Okay,
better.
sorry.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, that was
I can see
better?
it.
Okay.
That's even better right there.
Right.
So you are you saying that all these gods are the same name for Fraggle Patty?
No, 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 no. So this Fragabeti, this angel, he served or was a god in this area. This was his title, and he served on this area. So, for example, God of Varia, God of for 30,000 years, he was in charge of a region in Etheria as a god of Vari, god of Ludizi, god of Wichaka, for 30,000 years.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Fraggle Patty. Are you talking about Fraggle Patty?
Yes,
He was an Orion chief,
correct.
and he was a god of Varet,
Uh huh.
and he was a surveyor of Geese,
Yeah.
and he was the prime minister of Vaga.
A prime, whatever it is. Yeah, for
I'm
forty
just my
thousand
own
years.
words, my own words, you know.
Yeah, equivalent
And
of.
you got all that. Just you got all this from WASPy, huh?
Yeah, and then look, this was the one that really. This was mind blowing.
Now
Simta
here,
March.
Serpenta, Sister Serpenta, she was commander.
Yeah.
She was surveyor. She was so she couldn't have been all these things at the same time.
No, no, you cannot. See, this is well, like what this woman was experiencing. This angel, you can see my screen, right?
She was a captain, and she was
Yeah,
a founder. She was a trencher.
yeah,
She was goddess. She
yeah.
was goddess of Unigi,
Uh huh.
goddess of Putu. 300. It's a good man.
Equivalent of three
That's
hundred and sixty-four thousand
look at
years.
that, man.
Yeah, and then the
And
final
that's
one
not
was
even counting the pre-goddess state.
right. So, but you know, imagine this, and then there's this one, Yelika.
Oh
Oh,
my goodness. Oh man.
what when I saw this, I was like, oh,
uh, so
Simta
all of that,
Marty. Mhm.
all of that. Put Lika back up. Lika.
Yeah, hold on.
So
Look at Lika.
Lika did all these things.
Yeah,
He was god of Avalosic, god of Kema, inspector of Judas Etherean Rose, prime minister of Vaga, surveyor of Irewall, surveyor, recorder, deliverer, measure, recorder, god of the home plains, chief, chief. 159,000 years. Hey man, you know what? We can't even wrap our mind around that.
yeah. There's no
We
way.
can't. We
Like,
can't even wrap. You know, it killed me to be on the job for 5 years.
yeah. I mean, when I saw this, I was like, wait, this female angel, Simta March, served as a
That was a
commander.
killer to me, man.
Yeah,
You
for
know,
200,000 years, though. 200,000
I
years.
know. When you look at that,
Whoa! I was like,
I I can't even wrap my mind around that, man. You know, it killed me on Earth, man, to be at a job for 5 years.
yeah, look at this.
They talking about hundreds of thousands. Oh, I don't know, man. How does that work? You know,
That's
how does that work, man? The years have got to be only like 5 minutes long, brother.
nah, nah. This is equivalent. This is equivalent. This is equivalent. This is like this is equivalent. There's no like, oh, I mean,
Oh wow, man. This is I now I'm going to when I get off, I'm gonna look at that myself.
yeah.
I'm gonna look at that myself. I'm gonna take one of them guys. I'm gonna take Lika. And you were able to come up with like
Just read the
no,
book
no,
of
wait,
Lika chapter one.
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Sure.
It says you got all that information from OAHSPE, right?
Correct.
You didn't get it. You didn't get it from no other source, right?
No, just so OAHSPE.
So when I read it, it's gonna say like Lika.
Yeah.
He was a seer for planet Babaluga for
Yeah. Go to the book of
10,000
Lika
years,
chapter
and
one.
then he's gonna be listed another
Yeah.
way. Like Lika. He was also the measure
Uh
for
huh.
for 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 planet Kumbaya for
Yeah.
20,000 years. See, you know what? I love it, man, because those are things, at least, that I would read and I would just skip right over it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But see, the creator is showing you something.
Yep.
You got to pay attention, man. And that's one of the beauties. You can see the time periods that the experience that these gods had, man.
And that's why they were
It
sent down to.
tell you a little bit of
Mhm.
something about where we going.
Yeah, but that's why they were sent to our world to come rule us during that cycle time because they're experienced. Simta and
Mm-hmm.
Naj had over 200 years, 200,000 years experience. You know what's so funny about that? That
Yeah.
means this lady, this angel was probably 500,000 years old.
How do you figure that? I mean, I know you're right, but
Yeah, so think about it, right?
we can't compute that.
No, yes, of
I
course you
don't even know
can.
what that looks like. You
So,
know?
so think about it. Let's use a Lika for example, right? So they say
Mm-hmm.
Lika had 159,000 years experience. So that means, yeah, let's say on the average, where he was born in a star, right? He lived 75 years. So then when he got drafted to heaven, he had to go through those levels of education, and then he started ruling. Right? This
Mm-hmm.
this
Mm-hmm.
year is when he started ruling as a god or as an a Nivanian or as a Orion. Okay, so so before he actually got to this position, he had to be like probably I don't know 1,000 years. But based on this, I can confidently say that Simtam Naj is 364,000 years old. Do you understand now? The- so Simtam
Well,
Naj is probably
I
500,000 years old.
oh you killing me, man.
Yeah.
You killing me, man. I mean, cause see now the way my mind is thinking, that's got to be that's got to be glory. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's got to be glory to go to. I can't even explain it, man. It's got to be in order to get somebody to stay at it like that and to ascend to, to live that many. I mean, I can't even explain it, man. You got to, it's
O-
got to be glorious. It's got,
On the
all I can say is,
on the average, brother, Simtam Naj is at least
it's got to be,
400,000 years old.
it's got to be worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somehow, it's got to be something that makes you serve that long. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Am I making any sense at all?
Yeah, yeah, you are. Yeah, yeah.
My goodness, man. Hey, look, let me go ahead and let you go, man. I've
I
done
have,
kept you up. I'm starting to
I
feel
know.
guilty. You don't really,
No,
I
no, no,
mean,
brother. Don't feel guilty. I came on the show. I
no, no,
wanted
no.
to
I
you know.
really appreciate you
Yeah.
coming on, man, like this. And I telling you, man, you, I can't thank you enough, man.
No problem, brothers. When I was reading that part, I said, wait till I put this video up. This is crazy.
That is an
Simple
incredible.
March?
That is an amazing find, man. Just to see. how you got the inspiration to be able to count the experience, to flesh that out of the OAHSPE. That is an amazing thing to me.
Yeah.
Because you know good and well that most brethren, that they read that type of stuff and then they just gloss over it. It don't draw anybody's attention.
Right. Yep.
Oh man, that is, man. Hey brother. All right. Let me let you get back, man.
All
Thank you.
right.
Thank you. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Can't thank you enough, man.
No problem. Good night, brother.
Shalom, brother.
All right. Bye.
Wow, man. Thank you, Creator. Thank you, Creator, for that brother coming on. Thank you, Creator. He really, really, really encouraged my soul. That brother really encouraged my soul. Thank you, Creator. Let me keep my prayer short and just thank you for the video and the information that came out. The brother taught me a lesson, taught me that when you read, you have to exercise dedication, perseverance. You have to put the time in and wait for the glory to come, to be able to read and to see the glory of your word and your light. And so, Creator, I just give thanks for that. Want to let you know that well, I'm not going to let these things go in one ear and out the other. Everything that brother said, I'm going to pay attention to. And every time the brother comes on and he says something, even if it's a rebuke or anything, he's going to have my full attention. And thank you for sending the brother to me, and the other brethren and sisters too that come on this channel. Creator, I can't thank you enough. And so I'm going to do the soul confirmations now. Creator, thank you for the video. One of the most encouraging videos that I have done by far. So, Creator, thank you. And for the unspoken prayer requests, I just pray that you grant them according to your good pleasure. And in your name, I pray. So let it be. All right, brethren, let's do the soul confirmations. And that's it for the video. So, soul confirmation is which one is it? It's the same one we're doing for the whole week. So the soul confirmation is I am a soul organized of the potencies of the living eternal I am. Let's do that 3 times together on 3, and we will call it a day. Okay, it's ready? 1, 2, 3. I am a soul organized of the potencies of the living eternal I am. Again, 1, 2, 3. I am a soul organized of the potencies of the living eternal I am. One more time. 1, 2, 3. I am a soul organized of the potencies of the living eternal I am. And brethren, that's it. Soul confirmation for February 18th, 2025. Creator, thank you for this opportunity. Brethren, no video tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. Encourage my soul. No video tomorrow. Again, I'll be in Bible study. So Creator willing, we'll pick it up Thursday. And until I see you again on video, peace be unto you. Shalom.